much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes at your highest. It's more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes at your highest. It's more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it up.
Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
Bring it on! Wow!
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes at your highest. It's more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop and won't stop the stakes at your highest. It's more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it up.
Let the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until height is as more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until height is as more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it
Let
up.
the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push, push, push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
Bring it on! Wow!
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until height is as more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until height is as more than a game. No sleeping, resting, believing this dream it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it
Let
up.
the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push, push, push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You I want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes.
I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
Bring it on! Wow!
I never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until highest is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream, it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until highest is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream, it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it
Let
up.
the heroes arise.
It is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes.
is what it is, I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You gon' want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous, I may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive.
We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Like the heroes. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. Biggest battle.
Điều mà người ta hay nghĩ sai về game thủ đó là làm game thủ rất dễ dàng, nhưng họ không thể hiểu được rằng để mà làm một tuyển thủ thì phải trải qua một quá trình dài và những khó khăn.
He's just going to be receiving quite a bit amount of damage, but unfortunately for Zuza as well as Darko, both of them being knocked out. It is going to be a face-to-face battle. Last match coming in, as teammates are just doing whatever they can. Unfortunately, just completely shut down.
ฮีโร่คืออะไรสำหรับผมก็ดูแลพ่อแม่ได้ ดูแลแม่ได้แล้วก็ดูแลตัวเองได้แล้วก็มีอนาคตมั่นคงครับ
只要有目标，够努力，都能成为大家心中的英雄。
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be
Tema FFWS kali ini menggambarkan tim kita sih. Soalnya kita udah gagal di FFML dan bangkit di FFVM.
No to all negativity. This is how we will live in free. Numb to anyone who wants to celebrate from where they came to the outcome. Then from now, what a change. Pick at the pace, no way.
फ्री फायर वर्ल्ड सीरीज एक हमारा ड्रीम था जिसके लिए हम 1.5 साल से मेहनत कर रहे थे और आज जाके हमें बहुत खुशी है कि हमें मौका मिला है और हम पहले 5 पाकिस्तानी हैं जो कर रहे हैं और हमें पूरी तरह से उम्मीद है कि इंशाल्लाह हम अच्छी तरह से रिप्रेजेंट करेंगे.
For me, yeah, this for me, and I ain't for free. Pick your head up, no more defeat. Get up off the ground, move your feet. Get up, get up. It's time to get up, get up. I can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top.
Buat bakal menang, semuanya bisa menang, tapi kayaknya tim kita menang. Soalnya kita usaha terus nggak pernah nyerah.
成功打入 FFWS 的感想是，我很感谢我幕后的团队以及队友，那也是因为他们我才有这次的机会代表自己的国家出赛。
पाकिस्तान की टीम पहली बार वर्ल्ड सीरीज खेलने जा रही है और हम अपना बेस्ट देने की कोशिश करेंगे और आप उम्मीद है कि आप सब बहुत भरपूर सपोर्ट करेंगे.
I can't stop. I can't stop.
ปีที่แล้วผมพลาดปีนี้ผมพร้อมมากผมมาเพื่อล่าชัยชนะ
Hey, survivors! Ooh, someone has turned the air conditioning off? Come on! I'm melting here. Can someone open the windows? Oh, much better. So, Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa is coming, and we'll have a bunch of new, unforgettable moments. But first, I'll show you how it's gonna happen. Yo, Metal Ball! Do something and help me with the special effects. 18 squads from 11 different regions around the world will come together and fight to become the champions. But it's as hard as ice. Oh, really hard, really hard. This first stage is play-in. The first seeds from North America, Pakistan, and Taiwan will go up against the second seeds from Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, Brazil, Latin America, Indonesia, and Middle East and North Africa. And here, survivors, is where things get spicier. In the final stage, The top 4 teams from play-ins will compete with the 8 teams who qualify directly to the finals. They are the first seeds from Brazil, Latin America, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Middle East and North Africa, Malaysia, Cambodia, Philippines, and Europe. Huh? Talk about the point system? Okay, let's do it. Teams will receive points based on their placement and the total number of kills. Each kill is worth 1 point. Booyahs will earn 12 points. Yeah. The second earns 9 points, the third 8, and so on. We have a draw. The tiebreaker will be decided by the number of booyahs. In both play-ins and finals, we'll watch a total of 6 rounds in these 3 maps: Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory in this order. At the end, the best team will be crowned as the new champion of the Free Fire World Series and receive tons of money. Wow! So, that's it for today, survivors. I hope you'll join us in this journey to witness me, Almighty Wagger, King of Penguins, first of my name! Join me to witness the next heroes arise.
Que si alguna vez soñé si llegaría a ser mejor profesional, pues es algo que desde un inicio he venido anhelando. La verdad es algo por lo que yo estoy practicando todos los días, pero pasó el tiempo y me di cuenta que lo que en verdad uno tiene que valorar es lo que uno tiene en la cabeza, uno cómo maneja las cosas. Porque dentro del juego, en las partidas, tú llegas a encontrar cuando un equipo tiene sinergia, la verdad es algo muy bonito. Pues la verdad, cuando yo estoy inspirado, siento que puedo con todo, siento que mis sentidos se ponen más agudos. Mi momento favorito a nivel competitivo de la World Series fue la primera partida. Habíamos obtenido un top 2, casi nos llevamos el bulla, pero en un abrir y cerrar de ojos nuestra temporada se ha terminado. Al inicio realmente creí que pudimos haber ganado la World Series. Nos bajó mucho los ánimos a todos porque ya habíamos empezado muy bien. Pero es como que el principio para agarrar y comenzar a mejorar y aprender de tus derrotas.
Mi hijo, perder te hace más humilde. Sabes que las cosas no vienen fáciles y perder es parte del proceso, pero sé que tú eres capaz y creo en ti. Mantente sano, hijo, y siempre con hambre.
Me he esforzado mucho por tener este juego, como lo digo, este juego. Pero que es importante respirar y separar tiempo para relajarte y resetear.
Hijo, eres un buen líder, que eres una persona que te gusta compartir tus conocimientos, que siempre te gusta ayudar al prójimo, y eso es muy importante. Y sigue así, mi amor.
Haber representado a toda la región de LATAM, la verdad es un orgullo para mí.
What a great move. This shot was insane. Oh, the squad is coming for them.
是时候应该要会合了。
Gotta booyah once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the time is finally here, and I formally welcome you all to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa, proudly brought to you by Garena. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Aris. The both of us will be a caster for this play-ins.
And joining us later on, it's going to be the one and only Hola. So we'll be. I'm excited. I hope you are ready, because I'm sure the teams are. But first and foremost, if you haven't already, do remember to vote for your favorite teams. But before all of that, I hope you guys are excited. Abstract, I'm pretty sure he is. I am. This is it. This is where the champions of the Free Fire World Series circuit for 2022 is going to be crowned.
I have been waiting for the longest time ever. I believe that a lot of you guys that's watching at home are waiting for this moment as well. I have been casting in the MCP region, I've been casting in the European region, looking at all these teams, trying their absolute best, trying to qualify themselves, be it on the play-ins or on the grand finals. All of these teams pit against each other in such a tight, gruesome match. But unfortunately, there's only a couple of teams that can represent their own specific region. And now we are going to witness the best of each region battling out against one another to see who is going to be the exact one that will take the crown in this World Series.
So before we begin to introduce the teams, here it is coming in for the planes for today. It's going to be Fuego, House of Blood, Todak, LGDS, V Gaming, Attack All Around, Vivo King, Ignis Esports, Echo Esports, and last but not least, All Stars Esports.
All of these playing teams will then fight against one another, and unfortunately only 4 teams at the top will move on to the finals, and they will be facing off against teams like Loud, Minerals Esports, Evil's Phoenix, Team Flash, Evil Divine, Vastamundo, Wask, and Farang. The best of the best, and I gotta have to say, these teams, they are going to be scary, and we will only watch them next week.
And these big boys, I'm pretty sure they will be watching today's games, because they, or at least 4 of them, will eventually be facing up against them. And what exactly are they fighting for? Here it is, the prize pool for World Series.
A total of $2 million on the line. And for today's play-ins, all of these teams, they are fighting to get to the top 4. Because if they do not get to the top 4, the only one that they're going to go back home with is $50,000 and $40,000, which is a whopping amount already.
But I'm pretty sure this is not what they want. What they want is the granddaddy of prizes that waits them in the finals, all the way from 12th place to 2nd place. We start at 60,000, followed by 70, 80, 90, eventually hitting that 100,000 mark. But in 2nd place, it doubles up, or even more than double, to $250,000, and standing all the way at the top. Not only will they get crowned as grand champions, but they will also be walking away with $500,000.
They are in for quite a fight. $500,000, that is a lot. But you know what? Speaking of a lot, let's talk about numbers here.
Oh, I love numbers.
Point system. Every 1 kill will net you a total of 1 point. And when it comes down to the rank points, if you do get yourself the booyah, you will be walking back with 12 points in the bag. And for those people that are not fortunate enough to get themselves the booyah, if you find yourself 2nd place, it is going to be 9 points. And it will keep going down until 10th place, where you get 1 point. Anything else below the 11th place and the 12th place. Unfortunately, you're not gonna go back with a single number.
0, nada, nothing, and you definitely don't want to find yourselves in that dirty, muddy bottom because you are going to be struggling for points. Remember, these teams, or at least the teams that are playing today, still have to fight for the spots in the grand finals before eventually facing those teams that have already gotten direct qualification from those games that they played across the year.
In the very event that the teams ended up with the same amount of points, the tiebreaker rule states that we will be looking at the number of booyahs. And in that event, if it's still a tiebreaker, we will bring it down to take a look at their total kills. And in the event that is even the same, it is going to be the survival ranking of the final round, because in the end of the day, you can only have one person in one specific rank in one game.
And this just means that every single game is important, because
Crucial.
that might just mean that maybe in round 2 or round 3, that could have been the deciding factor when you had less number of kills or even not a single booyah. So I'm pretty sure that the teams will really want to pay attention to this very important point.
You can go for as much kills as you want, whatever it is. But in the event that your team ends up in a tiebreaker with another team and you didn't get a single booyah, ooh, that will hurt, especially if you actually find yourself 5th place just because you don't have a booyah.
And here is the schedule for today's game, starting off in game number 1. It's going to drop into the OG of all Free Fire maps. It's going to be none other than Bermuda. Coming up next, we have Kalahari, before we eventually jump into the small but dangerous Purgatory.
And of course, after the first 3 games, we are going in for quite a ride, a little loop, if we were to say, as we will be starting right back in Bermuda and ending off at Purgatory for Game 4, Game 5, and Game 6. So we have quite a game to show all of you guys. Game 4 and Game 6, that is where things are starting to get slicey and dicey, because the teams that learned whatever that the other teams did in Bermuda, Kalahari, and Purgatory, respectively, maybe that is where they will apply some of the practices that they have learned about.
And there is 6 games standing in between 10 of these teams, only 4 slots, and oh boy, am I lucky, or are we lucky that we are not the ones playing, because I can definitely feel the intense aura that's coming from right behind me where the players are.
Indeed, it's emanating out there. I can feel the warmth even though we are in a cold area. I gotta have to say, you know, the Blazer ain't helping. In fact, it's probably making it even more scarier because of all the heat. But we are going to crank it up a notch, make sure that all of the teams behind, they are just going out, duking at each other. Because, well, I gotta have to say, what is Free Fire without some firefights?
Definitely. I'm will be expecting for it. I've been anticipating for this moment for the longest of time, and I am glad that it's finally here. Well, before we jump into the nitty-gritty, who do you think will qualify into the playoffs?
Oh, yikes. That is a very difficult question, right? Because in the end of the day, I gotta have to say, Ignis Esports, they do seem pretty nutty. With a total of 11.4 points per game, followed by 4.5 kills per game, and is respectively 2.4 booyahs out of 6, they are probably the team that we gotta have to look out for. Then they, of course, are hailing from the Latam region. They are here to stomp.
Yes, definitely an impressive roster across the board. But speaking about impressive roster, coming up right next, we also have Echo Esports that we have to look out for. 11.6 points per game, 7 kills, as well as 2 booyahs across 6 games. I gotta say, the numbers do make those teams look pretty even in terms of skill.
I mean, at this point in time, looking at both Echo as well as Ignis Esports, I am very divided. They are also proficient in securing points for themselves, going for kills and so on and so forth. I just can't do anything but feel that it is going to be a very tight competition, and I just can't sit right at this point.
Well, I'm really appreciative that all these teams are here. But speaking about appreciation, we have to give a really huge shout out to Secret Lab as our official gaming partner, our gaming chair partner of the FFWS 2022 Sentosa.
And of course, if you guys want to sit like a pro and of course ensure comfort, well, these buddies have got you guys in check 100%. And what I gotta have to say is that not just us, right? The players behind it, they are also rocking on the award-winning Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022.
Yeah, so if you haven't already, go and grab yours because I'm pretty sure that your bottoms will be thanking you.
They will
for
thank
it.
you.
That being said, well, we have lots of things for you viewers out there, as well as a very, very special event that's coming right up, starting from the 16th of May. There is going to be a pick and win event that you viewers at home can take part in as well. So what are you waiting for? Quickly to mark down those calendar dates, because starting from then on, you can go in, pick who you think are going to be the winners, and you can stand a chance to win plenty of fabulous and awesome in-game rewards.
Those in-game goodies is something that the both of us, really does want, and I'm pretty sure the Horror really wants to have those as well. And also shout out to all of the other casters in all the other regions as well. They will be waiting to get themselves that goodies. So make sure, pick and win, log on to their game, and in fact, let me just
Well, Abstract is busy, trying to go in, but remember, it only starts on the 16th of May, so don't be too eager just yet.
No wonder I couldn't find it.
Well, speaking of eager, look at that All-Star Esports coming in from the MENA region right now, looking ready, looking prepped. The finger gloves are on, concentration on point, making sure that they're prepared to jump into game number 1.
Now, before we jump into the game number 1, I really want to talk about some of these teams that are coming into the play-ins. And I do want to give a special shout out to one region, and that is going to be North America. And of course, from North America, we have Team Fuego. I believe that this team, they didn't appear in the Free Fire World Series 2021. So coming in as the newest region into Free Fire World Series 2022, they have got a lot to show. And I personally believe they are going to be the revolutionary that may very well shape how Free Fire World Series is played thanks to their fast-paced environment. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, into Bermuda we go as we bear witness which team will get themselves the first booyah of the day.
And here it is, the flight path heading straight down the middle from the top down to the bottom. Not exactly the middle, I correct myself right there, but it's close, cut me some slack. It's only game 1.
It is only game 1, but now inside of Bermuda, we do have some ideas as to how these teams normally drop and how do they normally play. So starting off from the northern side, because this is going to be a flight path that starts from 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock. We should supposedly be expecting to see Echo in Bullseye. True enough, it is. But Duds, he's actually pretty close to Fuego. And instead of the Sentosa that they usually go, they are not in Sentosa. So a couple of teams here may have changed their playstyle a little bit as compared to what we saw in their own region's finals.
Yeah, well, I know for sure that one team that will not change their playstyle is Attack All Around. They have been known to be one of those teams that like to just sit and soak all the pressure, making sure that the center of the circle, they usually drop in the Renum Village because that's where they're most comfortable at. But then, you never know. Like you said, a lot of these regions coming in, mixing it up, we could see them try to adapt as the games go on.
Well, of course, we are looking at Todak that is putting themselves into factory, and this is exactly what we have seen in the MCP majors. And time again, they have always been putting themselves in the factory, and they know exactly what they want to do. So when it comes down to Todak putting themselves in factory, the main point of that is that they always want to stay closest to the center of the circle. They are a very aggressive team, and the way that they play in a central region allows them to play more of a head-hunting style. If they want to go anywhere from any direction, north, south, east, west, okay, maybe not south, but the south is kind of like waters. But north, east, and west, they can go and find anyone else, and that would be able to help them go for the aggressive scores, aggressive kills that we usually see and know from Todak.
A little bit of a slow pace at the start. Not exactly the thing that I would expect. I know some teams here, they do like the hard drop, but looking at the map earlier, a lot of these teams spread it out across the entirety of Bermuda. So I don't think that will mean, that won't exactly mean that we won't have firefights, but that would just mean that teams might have to travel a little bit quicker. We do see attack all around, like I mentioned earlier. They're putting themselves very comfortably, locking down the area, getting everything that they need before the first circle starts to close.
Attack all around finds themselves within the blue zone, and that is going to be inside of hangar. Not something that we see from them all the time, because in their own respective finals, attack all around almost always heads over to the Bema Sakti Strip. However, the possible reason why they no longer goes over to Bema Sakti Strip is because they are pretty studious. Of course, every single one of these teams, they need to understand what is going on. And from their own research, they could definitely deduce that All Stars Esports from the MENA region, as well as Vivocade from the Brazil region, they jump into Bema Sakti Strip as well. And they understand that they do not want to put themselves in the kind of crazy firefighting spots so early into the game, especially since they are not an aggressive team.
Well, 3 minutes have passed and no fights just yet. All 40 players still alive. And remember, there is still the revival system that is in place. So even if we see 1 or 2 hit counts of the teams get dropped out, there is a time for the rest of the team members, or at least the surviving ones, to bring their teammates back. And that is a very important mechanic of the game that a lot of players do not capitalize on, right? Sometimes you don't have to just commit into a firefight full on, even if you drop 1 or 2 members. It's all about survivor here. And speaking of survivor, just a reminder, points do matter. It doesn't matter whether you're first, second, or the bottom. That very single digit point could just mean that you get into the playoffs or might not be.
Ah, man, it's all about the points in the end of the day. And we're talking about Free Fire World Series after all. But now, we have the map. And we are going to be looking at the current circle, the circle number 1, that's pushed all the way to the southeastern part of Bermuda. In fact, it completely and entirely encapsulated the Sentosa Island. So, well, what a way to start the Free Fire World Series Sentosa, does it not?
Well, hopefully no puns intended right there, but Ignis Esports making it their home. Hopefully the circle does favor them, because if the circle does push towards the mainland, that could mean a lot of trouble for them, especially for teams that look like House of Blood. And we've got LGDS, we've got All-Star Esports. These teams might just gatekeep Ignis when that circle closes in.
A lot slower paced game that we are looking at today. And of course, it's understandable. All of these teams, they are technically still feeling around,
This was completely different from the script.
This is completely different from a lot of things that we have seen before, right? In their own regional finals, some of them prefer to play aggressively. As I've said before, for Fuego, that plays in the North America region, is fast-paced. It's hardcore, fast-paced, boom, boom, pow kind of thing. And speaking of boom, boom, pow, Calvin, they are really all out for it. Whenever they do see a team, they're just gonna go straight for it. They don't care if whether the team is rocking an afterburner passive, they're just gonna go for it. There could be a chance that they can actually destroy some of these vehicles and leave 2 members stranded just because of the explosion of a vehicle. So I understand where Fuego is going, and they're just rocking based on their own rhythm, which they are most comfortable with.
All-Star Esports here, taking onto the Watchtower. A very good high vantage point for them. Gun gives them a good oversight of the surroundings, making sure that no one, or at least none of the teams are pushing too hard against them. Just standing really nearby though. It's attack all around. Like I said, attack all around is that one team that you don't want to be pushing against. They have shown very consistent results, especially when they were playing in their own respective regions, that they can definitely hold that ground and they will not budge.
Well, at this point in time as well, down in the southern side of Kota 2, I'm just gonna be expecting and waiting for Attack All Around and All Stars Esports to eventually beat up with one another. The only thing that is separating these 2 teams is going to be a relatively, well, not that steep ridge. With the new circle popping up in the northern part of current Bermuda, Sentosa, unfortunately no longer in the circle. As such, Ignis Esports, they would definitely want to make their way in. The question is if they want to head over to the western bridge or the northern bridge. We should be expecting that a lot of teams are more towards the southern part of the island based on the flight path, because it is 12 o'clock to 6 o'clock, shifted more towards the western area. So we should be expecting teams in Factory, Pochinok, Mars Electric, and because the circle is still relatively big, you can make your way to the current edge of the new circle. So this is where it becomes for Vivocade. They are there, and it is exactly what I was expecting, and I believe that Ignis Esports, they will be expecting that as well. So they, in fact, will most likely head their way up to the northern part of the Cape Town.
And here comes LGDS. You talked about the afterburner effect. They just drove past some of the members of Attack All Around who don't really seem interested in taking the fight just yet. And this could be very dangerous for LGDS if they do not pay attention. They just ran straight into House of Blood.
Oh no, this is not looking good as LGDS Yuan and the rest of their teammates, they are currently at the bottom of this ridge. They do not have the high ground while House of Blood, they do. Making full use of a couple of these rock formations. Kai, I'm not too sure where exactly he is. He's currently stuck behind the rock formation and is trying to get himself away from the line of sight of LGDS. But all of these teams, all of these players, they are still playing very safe. They do not want to get themselves into the face of the enemy just yet, as Hutaha is eventually going to be moving in. He does have a charge buster. It did manage to bring one person down. In the meantime, we are just going to be taking a look at the kill feed. LGDS! They're going to be the first team to be eliminated by the hands of House of Blood. But maybe not quite so, because Attack All Around, they popped up as well. They got LGDS, they got sandwiched by House of Blood as well as Attack All Around.
That was completely unexpected. LGDS, they were stomping through the scrims earlier through the wake, and I gotta say, House of Blood, they held their ground pretty well. LGDS came in a couple of vehicles. They had Chrono's ability there to kind of buy some time from the grenade launchers, but eventually the firepower of House of Blood was just too much for them to bear, especially when the fact that they had the high ground. But here comes the rest of the team starting to fight for the circle, starting to fight for safe grounds, as we see Fuego try to get some snipes off from the top of this bridge, which gives them that perfect positioning to kind of spot everyone out. But it is a double-edged sword, because if you're at a high vantage point, this means that you could also be the center of attention.
Exactly. And now as the circle slowly closes out, we should be expecting every single team that's pretty much right on the edge of the circle. Daddy, daddy, daddy! That is another player from the side of House of Blood to be eliminated. As such, the entirety of House of Blood have already been eliminated out of game number 1. It is definitely sad. House of Blood thought that they will be able to completely capitalize onto LGDS, but, well, unfortunately, that didn't work out their way, as 3 kills eventually went over to Attack All Around instead.
Yeah, that was completely unfortunate, but that's why Attack All Around is dangerous. They are here, and they are here to stay, because we've seen them hold their ground for the longest of times. Circle not really favoring them. They've constantly been pushed across the map, but they're doing fine on their own as of yet. Now we do see Vivocade as well as Todak really close to one another. And I gotta say, I'm not exactly liking the odds of the Malaysian team.
Oh man, come on. The thing is, Todak at this point in time, they didn't really quite go for the head hunting, but we know for a very fact that Todak, the way that players play, they do have very good mechanics. And the way that they are moving right now, they're making full use of the steepness of the ridge to actually circle around Vivocade, unsuspecting. I don't think that Vivocade actually knows where Todak is until the point where Todak starts to take some fight, and of course, bot shots over to Vivocade. I don't see that as a problem at all, because Todak, they know where the circle is. They're making their move towards the new circle first, instead of waiting for the storm to eventually push them out. They know that they are on a time crunch, and Vivocade, technically, gatekeeping them, there's no way that they want to stay in the same place. As such, the rotation, acceptable.
Yeah, very smart decision coming from Todak. You don't have to take all the fights that you get yourself into, but now, speaking about getting out of fights, 2 members of Todak, Pydro as well as Ames, getting pop shot from the side. Echo Esports, they are not letting them go, and not only did they manage to take some members of Todak, they were also firing onto the other members that are coming in from the side as well. More importantly, Fuego, one of the members just dropped. And now Todak, well, can they get themselves out of this tough spot?
A very Western heavy circle. There's a lot of teams, they are just rushing right in. We do have Todak, Vivocade, as well as Echo Esports. They are just so darn close to one another. And speaking of Echo Esports, we're just going to be putting ourselves right into the perspective of Koja. He's just going to be making his way right outside the perimeters of the houses. He's making full use of whatever loot that he's able to get. But Vivocade, they are inside of a house. They get themselves with Modestia. Gets himself a single knock, but not quite enough to bring down the entirety of Todak just yet. Todak, as they slowly make their way in, this is going to be a trifecta of a fight that happens at the northwestern part of the circle. Anyone that gets knocked down here is going to find himself in a really tight situation. General, he currently does have the grenade launcher. He did manage to get a knockdown right onto Ames. Down he goes. Indeed he will. But the rest of the Todak, they are not going to be stopping just yet. They will persevere. They will do whatever they could to make sure that they hold right on, because the longer they hold, the higher positioning they will get. And speaking of positioning, that is going to be Fuego, eliminated in 8th place.
And while we have been talking about it, Ombak just single-handedly taking 3 kills by himself. They have a really good spot here. They were first into this phase of the circle, and because of that, Vivocade as well as Todak, not only do they have to fight one another, they also have to worry about getting sniped off by Echo Esports, and that is a bad position that you want to find yourself into, especially for the fact that Echo Esports, look at how comfortable they are. They're not caught in the heat of things. They have a really good vantage point because of this height that the heart provides, and not only that, they are starting to rack in kills.
They will rack in kills as much as they want, and the entire lobby is their feeding ground. The current circle is just going to be pushed towards the northwestern part of this current safe zone, but we do have a heavy gatekeeper here. It's going to be Echo Esports. We do have a glue wall that's just going to be taken away by the Arena, but it's not going to be a problem for the one that's standing right on the top of the building here from Echo Esports. But it will be a problem to Koja as well as Umbak, as 2 of the members from Echo is already down because of a grenade launcher. And here comes Keeper. He continues right on. He does have the Charge Buster. Manages to bring down quite a lot of members from the side of Vivocade, but Afik is actually coming in really darn close over to the last member of Vivocade. Is he going to be the one to eventually bring down the opponents, or Nando? Will he be the one to turn the tides around? He's the last member. They have a total of 4 kills. He spots Afik trying to unleash a load of slug shots. None of them connected just yet. But Kano, he finds one, he gets one, brings Afik down, and the entirety of Todak is down. And Vivocade, unfortunately, completely flushed out on the zone and unable to do anything at this point in time. There is no exit for him, and goodbye, at least for now, to our unfortunate friends in the building, Vivocade.
Echo Esports, the perfect play, the dream play that you could have hoped for, getting not only 7 kills, but themselves a high ground that they can push into right now. But remember what we spoke about, those high grounds, you become the center of attention, and here it comes, the vehicles just to put themselves a little bit of the safety distance, attack all around, holding their ground really well as well, and here comes the rest of Ignis and All-Star Esports.
The entire
The grenade!
Oh my goodness! They're hiding himself inside a shed with only a single grenade to bring Reapers down. But they do have a lot of glue walls. They're just gonna be shutting themselves in, ensuring that no one's gonna enter at all. As All-Star Esports, they're camping, they're waiting for the perfect opportunity to eventually make their way into the house where Ignis Esports resides. But is it going to be enough? Will this patience eventually work out for them? Is patience really the virtue? But for now, we're just gonna be keeping our eyes onto Kororo as he's moving right on, right into the hut. But G18 currently with the micro Uzi, he's really hoping that he'll be able to do a couple of stuff, but unfortunately he doesn't even have any glue walls as such. Taken out by the members from the side of Echo. V-Gaming taken out. Echo still with top kills. We have Koja moving himself on onto Kororo with a Charge Buster, hoping they will be able to bring Kororo down, but thanks to Dutch, they bring him down. 12 kills in the bag and ready to whip out more onto Hoi-Song.
And here it is. What a winner. I have absolutely no idea if that is the end. I hope it's not, and it sure isn't. Echo Esports, they have 13 kills on their side, and Dutz himself has gotten pretty much half of those kills, and now it's all about Young, a headshot to the head of Dust just as the cursor curse strikes, but it's still a 3v1. Another one just to kill the back. It's a 2v1. Unfortunately, the first booyah of today is going to go to none other than Echo Esports.
Echo Esports defied all odds. In fact, there wasn't a lot of odds in the sights of them. They understood that whoever stood in front of them is ultimately just fodder. They took kills after kills after kills like nothing, with a total of 3 members standing at the final circle. Tuts, Umpak, Kojan, and Kiba did their absolute best representing the Indonesia region, and they are here to show the world what the Indonesians are made of.
I love this baton plussing it on. Here are the highlights.
Booyah! Coming in from the Indonesia team, we have Echo Esports that managed to get themselves a total of 12 placement points. As let's not forget about the kill points that they managed to get, but we will see a lot more about that in a while later. But congratulations to Echo Esports, they have done fabulously. And as you can see from the highlights, they stopped at absolutely nothing and continued moving on despite any circumstances.
LGDS gone, Todak gone, attack all around gone. They wiped out every single team in that particular area, as well as All-Stars Esports, who found themselves at the start in a very good position against Fuego, but eventually it was just not enough. As the circle started to push from the back, Echo Esports had the high ground and they took advantage from that. They picked off all these members coming in late into the circle one by one, and eventually it was all down to just Sion by himself and attack all around, and that was just not enough. The grenade that landed on Hoi Sang's head, boy, that was perfect.
And now looking at these standings, we now have a good idea as to how the point distribution went to everyone. With Echo Esports with the booyah and a total of 14 kills. Just from game number 1, they have gotten themselves a total of 26 points. Coming in from second, Attack All Around, 17 points with a total of 8 kills to their name. Everything else is going to be V Gaming, Ignis Esports, Vivocade, and All Stars Esports with 11, 10, 9, and 7 points respectively. And for House of Blood, Todak, Fuego, LGDS with 5, 4, 3, and 1 points respectively.
LGDS, Fuego, and Todak will not be happy about that. LGDS and Todak went head-to-head, and because of that, they got third-partied so hard by Echo Esports. And because of that, looking at the standings, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a really big lesson. But let's find out who is going to be the MVP of match number 1.
Well, the one that deals a lot of damage and a lot of kills, of course, is going to be Tuts from Echo Esports. He is the one that has been moving around. He is the one that has just been busting through enemies like a hot knife through butter. Nothing will stop him, and this is just game number 1. I'm expecting a lot more from this guy.
Yeah, that's really carried the late game there. They had a fantastic team synergy earlier, but let's take a look at the rest of the players, or should I say the rest of Echo Esports, other than Kororo, who's gotten 5 kills for himself. But look at that, Echo Esports dominating that podium in Game 1 with Kiba carrying the weight of the team as well, coming in with 3 kills of his own.
Well, at least Guerrero from the side of attack all around got himself a good amount of kills. And in the end of the day, if you do not get yourself the booyah, I would say that kills definitely plays a really big part in trying to keep up with the teams that definitely got themselves the booyah.
Well, talking about the other teams, here it is. These are some of the key players that we saw in Game 1 in Bermuda, with Hydro coming in with 5 rescues. And Dutz, well, he was not only the MVP, but he traveled the most out of everyone in Game 1. And then following on with Hoysang with 11 of those walls being destroyed with Skylar. And last but not least, Kororo with 12 glue walls being used.
Well, you know what they say, whenever you find yourself under fire, just use up all the glue walls, because what use is those glue walls hiding inside of your pocket if you're gonna die anyways?
Well, they will definitely be attacking all around, because those glue walls helps you cover some of those nasty situations where you do not have those huts or trees around you to just provide a little bit of a safety from teams that are coming from different directions.
I gotta have to say, looking at Echo Esports getting themselves the first booyah is going to be quite a relief for many of the Indonesian watchers out there. And of course, I'm pretty excited to see what the other teams have got in store for us, because they're not just going to let Echo Esports get themselves the booyah and run away like that. They will do their absolute best to show exactly what they are made of, because this is just game number 1. Some of these teams, they're still getting their feet wet, rubbing the shoulders with some of these other teams, understanding how they play and if whether there was any changes to their game style.
Yeah, I think what's really scary here is that, Echo Esports not only did Dutz carry that weight, a lot of the team members also did contribute to those important kills. Earlier on, we saw Ombak getting 3 kills by himself before the nasty and all the dirtiness came in. But here it is, that's all we have for Game 1. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Do remember to stay tuned, because we have Game 2 coming up very, very soon.
Kami selalu fokus semasa training dan sentiasa membaiki mutu permainan. Sebagai satu pasukan, kami mempunyai goal yang sama untuk menjadi juara dunia. Kualiti yang akan dibawa oleh kami untuk mendapatkan booyah dan menyingkirkan pasukan lawan secepat mungkin.
واحد يلعب سكايلر واحد يلعب كريستيانو، يعني واحد هجومي واحد دفاعي وواحد يكسر. إذا صار الآن الترتيب على
يخلي فريقي مميز هو انهم مستجمين بزاف، واللي يخليهم كانهم عائله وحده ويد وحده. الشيء الاساسي اللي راح يخليه قوه في الفريق، اول حاجه واللي هي الانسجام ما بين اعضاء السكواد، وثاني حاجه اللي هي قوه الفكر والتكتيك ديال السكواد اللي غيخلينا ننجحوا ان شاء الله في بطوله العالم.
Bueno, a mi equipo lo hace especial la constancia y el apoyo que nos damos mutuamente en cada partida. Pues si no va mal, siempre nos apoyamos en cada partida para sobresalir en la siguiente partida.
O que torna o nosso time especial
saber jogar com agressividade, saber a hora de defender também. E nosso time é muito unido e acho que é isso que faz a gente.
Esto es para todos mis fans y los fans de mi equipo. Quiero que sepan que nosotros estamos preparándonos muy fuerte. Estamos entrenando, hemos hecho análisis y todo para, más que todo, esto no va a ser un logro para nosotros, sino va a ser un logro que va todo para ustedes, porque como bien saben, ustedes siempre han sido el motor de
Never thought that one day I would get that kind of chance. There is no way that I will let it slip out of my hands. Staring at the ceiling fan, remembering the pain. There's so much I could lose now, but so much more to gain. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until highest is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream, it will come true one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until highest is more than a game. No sleeping or resting, believe in this dream, it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fought the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise.
It's time to stand up now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it up.
Let the heroes arise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. And of course, we are now back on the panel. My name is Abstract. With me here is Aris. Game number 1 went over to the side of Echo Esports, but we've been talking a lot about Echo. I do want to give a short little write-up and of course talk about LGDS, which was unfortunately teetering on a breaking point in game 1.
Well, that was a very unfortunate point for them. I think they did the right thing to move into the circle early, but what they did not expect was that they ran straight into House of Blood, the Pakistani team that was just waiting around the corner. They had the high ground, and boy, with them, some perfect grenades, and that just took half of the HP of LGDS members out.
I think half was kind of like an understatement.
More than half.
Right, because grenades are really painful, especially if there was just a fragmentation out there. But you know what? I do want to give a shout out over to Secret Lab, our official gaming chat partner of the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa, as myself, as well as Aris, and all the other pros behind and out there. They are rocking on the award-winning Secret Lab Titan Evo 2022.
Yeah, man, I gotta say, that was definitely something that I wouldn't have expected out of game 1. It was really close, and even at the ending, right, it could have gone either way, but I think Echo Esports, they managed the situation really well. They took the rotations really quickly, kind of gatekept a lot of the teams that were coming in from the northern end. Primarily you had Todak, as well as the fact that, Attack All Around was coming in from the southern side. Once Attack All Around goes out, you've kind of taken out the best team in terms of defending a single point.
Well, when it comes down to the end, that was Bermuda. The rotations-wise, it is a lot easier to play around the edges because verticality, not much of a problem. But this time, when we are jumping in over to Kalahari for game number 2, verticality is not just a problem, but it is going to be a pain in the rear. So all of these teams, they're gonna have to be really careful with the fights that they choose and make sure that they do not back themselves against a wall, or perhaps in this case, backed against a cliff.
Yeah, Kalahari is a nasty map to play in, especially if you don't know the map too well, because there are a couple of spots on the map that actually have very, very challenging, terrains that you have to play around. A lack of areas as compared to Bermuda. You can just hide in, lesser huts, lesser cover, as well as the fact that it's such a huge map. So if you're not one of those teams that take notice of where the storm is coming in from, you might just find yourself getting gatekept at the corner.
I definitely do not want to be gatekept by any of this team for that matter. So honestly, this time I believe that the teams that plays usually more defensive, or maybe if they feel that their mechanics is not that good, they gotta have to be careful. But you know what? Let us jump right in onto Kalahari, as now we shall bear witness which is a team that gets themselves the next booyah.
Coming in all the way from the southern and traveling in about the 1 o'clock direction, it is going to be pretty much a central drop. Some of the teams are already starting to drop early, and well, we did talk about the verticality of Kalahari. Refinery is one point where you want to challenge for, because it is in the center of the map, but it also means that there is a lot of angles that you have to cover. And look at the points on the right. Wow, Echo Esports. They're finding themselves really pretty, sitting at the top of 26 points.
Well, I did manage to catch a glimpse of House of Blood. They're pretty bold for trying to make their way into Refinery. I do believe that with the map, we should be able to find out and of course see more of the other teams as to where they land. But at this point in time, the way that I see it, we do have, oh no, Fuego and LGD. They jumped in together. Do remember what I told you guys before. Fuego hails from the North America region. They are the masters of aggression. They are used to a fast-paced environment, and putting themselves next to another team, I'm pretty sure that they know what to expect and how they should be moving around, as it does seem like as though one of the players from LGDS may find themselves in a small little danger, as Into he finds himself leading the pack of Fuego as they continue to move towards the western part, trying to catch on to Roro. They didn't really quite find him just yet, or rather knock him down just yet. The only thing that separates these two is a pretty sturdy wall, I gotta have to say, as Into gets himself knocked a little bit of the blood off of the legs of Ung. His HP down to an all-time low. Into brings the charge buster right into his face, brings the opponents down, but unfortunately it is not all just blessings and fairy tales and sunshines, as Fuego tries to be the one that goes for the aggressive. They wanted to be the aggressor, but they are the one that got aggressed indeed.
The bait, the hook, and the sinker. That was a perfect setup for LGDS. Yes, Ung was the first one to get dropped, but the rest of the members were quick to react when Fuego kind of turned the vision into trying to secure the kill. That is where the rest of teams like Yuan started to just come in from behind and sweep up the rest. But there is no rest for the wicked. Here comes Vivocade, and they're looking to get some kills after a bit of a lackluster performance in map number 1.
Well, it kind of seems like Fuego, I wouldn't call them as being greedy in any sense, to be honest. This is just how their gameplay is supposed to be like. As at this point in time...
Oh, unfortunate. How unfortunate. Ung was just happily floating in the air, and then he thought, all right, I've got my teammates. They revived me.
They're gonna help me.
And everyone is like, nope, pump. Drop from the sky.
That's definitely not something that you would want to do right after being revived in the game. And that is a survival time that is, well, I don't think that I have ever been in a point whereby my survival time is less than 5 seconds right after being revived.
Well, you haven't faced against LGDS just yet.
Well,
Vivocade, as a matter of fact. Either of these two teams will definitely take you out of the sky, so.
They managed to gain the entire control and the access over to command post. They are definitely pretty darn happy with what they have gotten so far. But at this point in time, as I call for the map, we do see that Ignis Esports, they are heading their way over to Old Hampton, which is going to be onto the edge of the current circle, and they should be able to put themselves in a pretty good spot all the way at the northern part of Kalahari. I believe that quite a lot of these teams, they are actually in a pretty good space, pretty good spot. The first circle, we shouldn't see any more other team fights for now.
I'm starting to throw all my homework out of the bag because honestly, all these teams, they're dropping all over the map.
They're dropping all over.
We did not expect, such a change in terms of where the teams are dropping. And look at that VGM, kind of just dropping at the top right of the corner of the map, near towards the confinery, which they usually don't. Council Circle or the Council Hall is, a place where they rarely drop there. And now we're starting to see teams play slightly a little bit more, conservative, given that this is slightly different to the map. However, we do see right smack in the middle, once again, it's attack all around, and just beside them, right in the refinery, is actually going to be none other than House of Blood, that nemesis from Game 1.
Well, it kind of seems as though I believe that all of the teams, they are probably going to be onto their second landmark already. Because we are 5 minutes into the game. Usually we'll start to see teams that start moving off somewhere around 4 minutes and 30 seconds or 4 minutes in. So I guess it is still pretty fair to say that V Gaming, they stuck to what they want to do. Landing around Confinement and around Council Hall. And of course Vivocade, they were supposedly around Stone Ridge. That worked pretty well for them.
Yeah.
In LGDS, they originally jumped into Mammoth, but right now they are in the sub. So, well, they still stay true to their bearings down in the southern side or the southeast or perhaps even in the northeast. They know and have a couple of ideas how they would want to play around despite not jumping into the exact spot that they usually do. And this is pretty much teams that is changing up their strategy without changing their entire playstyle.
Here comes Ignis Esports pushing up top, or rather I would say up the hill against Echo Esports. Well, is that the fight that they really want to think? I think they're having a change of mind there, but Carlos couldn't get out of it in time. The time turner comes up, buys him a couple of seconds as the rest of the members try to revive him up. The Cluos are being laid by Echo Esports. They smell blood and they want to go in for the kill. Dut's already starting to push in really fast, while Ombak providing support from the back.
There really is not a single wildfire from the side of Ignis Esports. They're not spreading their fires at all. In fact, it is Echo Esports that spread themselves like crazy. There was no blind spot at all for Echo Esports. Whatever they did, they are spread all around, ensuring that they cover every single nook and cranny of Ignis. And they managed to do a pretty good job downing 3 players. Indeed, yes, they allowed 1 man from Ignis to run away. But you know what? I believe that they are pretty darn happy getting a total of 3 kills to their name. And perhaps they'll be able to find the last person from the side of Ignis sometime later.
Well, fair play to Ignis Esports. Yes, they did lose a majority of that fight, but the fact that they're not out of Game 2 just yet, I would take that as a win because they were in a disadvantageous position. They're pushing from the low ground. Echo Esports had all the advantage that they needed. They pushed it really, aggressively, tried to go and get the first couple of knockdowns. Dudes that get knocked out, but the rest of the teammates were kind of just playing there. And now this circle is perfect for Echo Esports. Once again, having control of the circle, kind of on the downside. Yes, attack all around is still in the middle as they usually do play, but I think Echo Esports does have a good rotation in terms of where the circle is going to be pushing them towards.
If you notice that in the northern part of Kalahari, right inside of Shrines, the Shrines is pretty much dislocated from the entire island itself because of a bed of water. And because of that downward steep, it is very difficult for any teams to actually break off that river. So if they want an Echo, if they want, they can actually play towards the northern side of Bayfront. They don't even have to care anything about Shrines because no one will head over to Shrines from this point onwards because they have claimed territory of that area. So they can just look in right down to the southern side, western or eastern, but they just don't have to look over the Shrines. That puts them in a perfect spot to be gatekeeping all the other teams that tries to head over to the center of the circle, and they will also be guaranteed probably circles until the 5th.
Yeah, as much as there is very little cover in Kalahari, the circle is actually, pushing into an area of the map where there are a couple of huts here and there. So I think there is still a bit of a leeway for teams that don't really favor fights in open ground. So I think that's a bit of a comfort for some of these teams that don't want to take that fight like I mentioned.
Is now in Bayfront, identified to be the best spot in the current map. Based on the circle, being in Bayfront pretty much guarantees you the next 2 circle. Being right smack in the center of the circle as well as the playable area in the current Kalahari, you are definitely going to be safe and sound. As such, we have 3 teams that have decided to make their way over the Bayfront based on the same ideology. And that is going to be Vivocade, All Stars Esports, as well as LGDS. But I'm pretty sure that all of these teams that make their way over the Bayfront, they should be expecting some heavy firefights.
Well, like I said, the circle does give a little bit of hope to these teams that don't want to take fights in open grounds. You have a lot of houses here available for them. Each one choose a house, right? There's plenty to go around. You don't have to put yourself in a position where you charge in and you just find yourselves completely wiped out. That's the last thing that you want.
A lot of pot shots going around, and none of these teams would eventually get a single kill. Yes, they may be able to get a single knock or 2, but with no follow-ups, pretty much not a reason to do all of that, unless it is a grenade that we're talking about. That means that you are actually pretty in close proximity to that building, and whoever is onto the lower ground, you can be able to have a very good breach tactic. Go for grenades, you know that you knock someone down, rush in. But that is also going to put you onto everyone's radar, and you can't get too comfortable in the wrong place. As such, most of these teams, they prefer to play this slow and steady way, and that is going to be turtling themselves, make themselves set up shop in one of these houses. And you know what? I do want to point out the current circle, and Bayfront, not exactly in there.
Yeah, it's kind of just pushed 3 of these teams that are on the southern side of Bayfront to have to rotate up north, where Attack All Around have already made that, those particular containers their base. So I think Attack All Around is a really good spot. They're starting to fire pot shots towards the direction of Todak. They have really good vantage point, decent amount of verticality to kind of get a good vantage view of its surroundings. We do see, All Stars Esports, they're starting to panic. You have a lot of these teams that's surrounding you. You have no idea whether or not you can make it in. But Todak, they're just going to make a break for it. We have to try to push into the circle.
We understand Todak to practically be the predators of this current game, of the entirety of the plains. We expected them to play a lot more aggressive than any other team out there, even together with Fuego. But this time, they have thought about it methodically. Maybe it is time for them to change it up a little bit. Maybe be the predator only when entirely necessary. In the meantime, bring your attention over to the kill feed. We have 2 members from the side of LGDS that has already been taken down. Make that 3 members from LGDS taken down by All Stars Esports. The teams, they're just going ham. And LGDS, boy oh boy, they are in for a rough fight, because this could potentially going to be the second game whereby they do not get much points to their name.
Despite that successful skirmish against LGDS, they are still gatekept at the southern end of Bayfront. Circle starting to close in right now. The Storm is just crippling behind them. And even House of Bloods, they have to make that move pretty soon. But they're still picking up members of All-Star Esports. Here we go. 2 more kills coming in from the side of them. Attack All Around starting to find themselves even more comfortable as some of the scavengers or late rotationals are starting to fight amongst themselves. So Attack All Around, all they have to do is just be patient. No need to commit to a fight. Just, pick off these members one by one. I think they should be a-okay.
The Crafty, the Attack All Around, they have been very consistent in their own individual regions finals, and we know exactly why is that. They play defensively, but they also know exactly when to switch around to play exactly they want to. But in the meantime, we have to bring you the fight from Todak, as Afik is going to be the last member remaining from Todak. They're completely away from all kinds of adversaries. So the only thing that Afik could do is to prone down onto the ground, hope that no one spots him, but it's okay, or rather, it's not okay, because it's Echo after all. The Echo location coming from them. And that is how they found a Feek.
I'm calling this one a little bit early. I think the final fight is going to be between Echo Esports and Attack All Around, just because they have a lot of members in the circle. They're in a very favorable position. The fact that Echo Esports were coming in North Circle means they don't have to worry about teams that are rotating from their back. So that leaves a lot of this heavy lifting of making sure that all these late rotationals are being gatekept down to Attack All Around. But speaking of those two teams, here it goes. Echo Esports just grappling in straight into the thick of this action, while Vivo Kate, they're playing it crafty, they're playing it slow, while these two titans are fighting it between themselves.
What a jump! Definitely not something that I was expecting from the side of Echo, especially they usually play in the most defensive manner and they go things methodically. Oh, Daha is gonna be the last man remaining from the side of House of Blood, only to be taken down by Kororo. Attack All Around, they're still holding on to their horses. They're still waiting for the perfect opportunity to eventually make their way over to eventually get capable for more teams. Attack All Around completely, entirely encapsulated the side of Echo. Dust did go down, but it's okay. He will be brought back up. And with that said, Flash Freeze popped right below of them with a little bit of a grappling. Koja gets himself out of the way, but unfortunately not quite enough to get himself away from Attack All Around. As the name suggests, they will attack all around, and Echo, the Booyah of Game 1, has now been eliminated at number 4.
And we are down to our final 3 teams. Revocate, well, I gotta say, they're in a very tough spot. Just split right down the middle between Attack All Around as well as, well, I don't know. The fact that Vivocate have rotated late into this game, I would expected them to be caught out earlier than expected. But because they played so slowly, V Gaming and Attack All Around now have made so much noise. I think if Vivocate can wait out even longer, they could very well just be the third party, you know, that comes in and cleans up the rest of the fight. But then again, the Costa Curse strike. I talked about Echo Esports against Attack All Around, and unfortunately for the former, they got wiped out.
Well, I gotta say 4th place is not too shabby after all. V Gaming, they have been patient, and patience is virtue. They managed to bring down 2 members from the side, or not. General from Vivocade! They stole 2! Right under the noses of V Gaming. They are frustrated. They want more. And V Gaming standing high up the horses, right on top and high on the tower. They want to ensure that they bring the entirety of Vivocade down. But unfortunately, the one in the bird's eye view, Van Dane, he finds himself taken down. Vivocade, total of 6 kills. 4 of the members still remains. It's gonna be one team against the other. And unfortunately, V Gaming, I don't think that they have a lot to work with, as they only have 3 members left. Bingsu taken down. It is going to be General to make his way across the entire field.
Oh, no.
And with only a couple of Charge Buster, should be enough, but it is going to be Tina. He found his way. He managed to bring one person down. Thank God, Charge Buster misses, but in the end, still managed to find his shot down onto Dark Love. And only 2 men left from the side of both V-Gaming and Vivocade. They still managed to find Bingsu, and that is going to be the entirety of V-Gaming taken right down. Vivocade with the booyah.
Vivocate, they were patient. They waited and waited and waited, and eventually they struck when Attack All Around had to move in from the eastern side of the map. They were caught out of rotation, and Vivocate took that fight perfectly. And when it came down to the very last fight, V Gaming, they had no choice but to put themselves against a team that was more than ready to take them down. And there it is, Game 2's Booyah will be claimed by Vivocate.
Now we're gonna be taking a look at the highlights that Vivocate won. going in for Vivocade. I gotta have to say though, the final fight of Vivocade against V Gaming, well, not entirely the most convincing fight from Vivocade.
Doesn't matter.
It was, yeah, I mean, it's 4 against 2, right? 4 against 3. It dropped to 2 against 2. I gotta say, technically speaking, Vivocade, they did win that entire skirmish by the narrowest margin. They may want to kind of reevaluate what has happened there just to ensure that they don't give up any of that kind of scenario to V Gaming ever again.
Well, that being said, they still managed to secure the job, and that was what mattered. The booyah, as well as the number of kills that accompanied it. But I gotta say, did you watch that fight where Attack All Around did absolutely well to hold their ground, but unfortunately, they got taken out.
Yes,
but at
they
that
did.
point in time, they were so dominating.
They were definitely very dominating. They hold their ground onto their houses, and we know that Attack All Around, they play in the defensive positions just like they have turrets and forts. They fortify whatever that they could. And in fact, they did manage to fortify pretty darn well. As Vivocade, yes, they did manage to get themselves a booyah as well as 8 kills with a total of 20 points additional to what they have gotten from game number 1. Attack All Around, their fortress worked out. Although they did manage to put themselves onto 3rd place in the placements, the amount of kills accumulated, and they have found themselves neck and neck with V Gaming with a total of 14 points and not too far below. In fact, 4th place, Echo Esports with a total of 13 points, followed by House of Blood and LGDS with 9 and 8.
Well, following on to the bottom 4, it is All Stars Esports with 7 points, a respectable number of points given how tough of a game that was for them in game 2. Todak with 6 points, Ignis Esports with 4, and at the bottom, Frigwo with only 2 points.
And now, the overall standings, the accumulation of game 1 and 2. This is our answer. Echo Esports, they did manage to get themselves a booyah in game number 1, and with their consistency, after dropping out at 4th place, they have managed to put themselves 39 points onto the leaderboard, 8 points above Attack All Around. Not a big margin, but I still think that they are pretty darn good. In the meantime, Attack All Around with 31 points, Vivocade moving up 1 spot with a total of 29 points, V Gaming dropping 1 spot with 25 points, and House of Blood and Ignis Esports, as well as All Stars Esports, all 3 of these teams are the same with 14 points.
And then we have Todak, LGDS, and Fuego in 8th, 9th, and 10th respectively. I think, we are starting to see a pattern here, right? You got Echo Esports and Vivocade, who are really good at pushing and playing aggressively, and then Attack All Around playing conservatively. 2 completely different styles, but all 3 teams finding themselves in top 3. And here it is. It is Dark Love, or rather Dead God, from Vivocade coming in with 4 points of Vivocade. I gotta say, that was a messy last-minute fight, but Vivocade pulled through.
It was definitely messy. I thought that, yes, they were kind of hanging on knife's edge, but all's well ends well. Not exactly the fight I was expecting, but hey, with 4 kills over to the side of Dead God, he claims himself the MVP with a lot of points, or rather a lot of damage dealt to the opponents, I'm pretty darn sure. But on the other side of the spectrum, Game 2's kill leaders, other than Dead God himself, there's gonna be Bruce from LGDS as well as Umbak from Echo Esports, both of which have a total of 3 kills.
Yeah, it's really tight, and honestly, I thought that I would see Dark Love coming in from V Gaming in there, just because they came in second and they were playing very safely. But let's take a look at some of the key players that we had in game number 2. Reminding you that he can, create a bit of a havoc with 1,030 damage blocked.
Well,
just Chronos.
Indeed. That is the power of a time turn, I gotta have to say. In the meantime, V Gaming's Tina managed to go for 2 rescue. And on the other half of the board, key players representing Vivocade themselves, Dead God with 9 glue walls destroyed just from the Riptide Rhythm. And Modestia, 14 glue walls used. 2 more than the other competitors in game number 1, I gotta have to say.
Yeah, that is the meta right here. You gotta have a Skylar and a Chrono in your team. The ability to block damage with the Riptide Rhythm, and then the ability ability to just blast down walls with Skylar's, that public skill I think is so useful towards the end of the game, especially in the final circles, because that's where glue walls become, the importance of glue walls become magnified.
Exactly.
Because the circle closes in, you got no cover, no hut, and glue walls are your only form of defense or cover. And that's where Riptide Rhythm comes in. You blow it down, you go in for the kill, the rest of the members support you, and that is how important it is to have these two characters.
Exactly. And of course, once your glue wall runs out, or perhaps you find yourself completely bare and naked, unable to do anything because your glue wall just been taken out by an opponent Skylar, boop, because you have a Chronos, no problem. You do have the time turner to get yourself out of the way, so having these two in your team, they're very important. And if you do not have them in your team, well, I gotta have to say, you gotta have one.
Well, hopefully some of these teams are taking notes because those are just the 2 games down. We have 4 more to go to find out which of these 4 teams will be making it into the grand finals next week. We're going for a break. We'll see you right after this.
Siap kalah ya di play-in.
Remind you play-ins tapi nggak di final. Dadah.
كوجا دخل واحد بلاصتك باش ما تحضرش الفضيحه اللي باش تحصل السكواد. ايكو تيم راح تكونوا 4 كيلات متحركه في الماء.
كيف راح اعمل فيكم كليب. Tôi đặt mua là ông họ team นะครับ
อยากฝากถึงอาฟิกนะครับ เดี๋ยวผมจะยิงให้เป็นซิงยิกแซกแงกแล้ว
ฝากที่โปรดักต์นะครับโปรดักต์เดี๋ยวดักทีมแม่งเลยใช่ก่อนด้วย
Untuk Kiroro, kata nak bagi 2 point jangan datang factory.
Untuk tipe A, korang camper lah kat mana pun, ikan todak akan cari korang.
तुम लोगों को जोक सुनना है? वी गेमिंग।
फ्री गेमिंग नाम नहीं सही, इससे अच्छा फ्री किज रख लो, ज़्यादा जचेगा.
How plus trước khi các bạn đối đầu với V-Gaming thì các bạn đã phải đi về rồi. Từ trước đến nay chưa bao giờ để ý đội tuyển nào đến từ BK cả.
Đội nào cơ? How giờ boss á?
Virgo，我们的队伍至少曾经世界第4，而你们只是第2名晋级的队伍。
Virgo 打你们就像打人机一样简单。
¿Quién es Yuen? Ha de ser un inservible que solo lo utilizaré para mis clips de TikTok.
Eu não tenho muito o que falar daí. O nosso reserva é melhor que qualquer um de vocês.
Nossa, profissional. Passou muito, mano. Nada combinado.
Mano, o que eu quero dizer a Igris é que o Mundial não é igual esses campeonatos fracos que ele joga lá na cidade deles, lá, tá ligado? Esses campeonatozinhos baixos aí, de classe baixa aí. O Mundial é lá em cima, entendeu? Então, ó.
Que les puedo prestar mis manos para que den todo rojo.
¿Quiénes son esos? Es mi tercer mundial, la primera vez que los veo.
ايكو تيم يوم النصف النهائي راح تكونوا كلات متحركه في الماء.
Secara keseluruhan kami akan hantar korang ke rumah dan makan tom yum.
ये तुम लोग हमें मैच में लो, हम बताएंगे पाकिस्तान की किसी कम.
Pienso que el eje de eso es una basura y no sirven para nada.
¿Quién los conoce? ¿Es una verdura o algo?
I never thought that come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. Never thought the day would come, our eyes would be on me. There's no way I will lose now. I'll shine in victory. Can't stop it, won't stop the stakes until height is as more than a game. No sleeping unless we believe in this dream, it will come to one day. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We can't just stay until the end of time. Let the heroes arise. It's time to stand up now. Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. Get it up. Let the heroes arise.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Free Fire World Series 2022. After wrapping out game number 2, won by Vivocade, we have went through a little bit of a shuffle, at least on the caster desk, because instead of Aris, now I have Holler.
Hey, how are you? And I'm happy to be here. This is all about the Free Fire World Series. This is the play-in, and I talked about Vivocade before. We took this one offline.
We did.
But I love this team. The fact that they got the booyah going into this one only hypes it up even more. I mean, yes, 4 out of the 10 teams will make it into the finals, and I'm looking forward to that. But Vivocade showed up, and I loved it.
You have been hyping up for the Brazilian teams, or rather Brazil in a region since last year as well. And I believe that this is the time, right? Vivocade as well as Loud. Well, the two of them maybe will be able to face off against one another in the finals if we are looking at them to be consistent all the way.
Yeah, I'm definitely, this is something that we're going to see all the time. But first, let's give a shout out to our Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Free Fire World Series. This is secretlab.co/2022. We're sitting in the chairs. All the players are sitting in the chairs. Very comfortable. Everyone is on the same playing field, I would say.
Well, when it comes down to that, I suppose that I am the short one, so no, it still kind of works.
I can slouch a little bit.
Or maybe I can just kind of like rip you down.
No. I think we're fine. I think the height is fine.
No.
We can boost it up and down as we see fit, right? We're going to be very comfortable. Everything's going to be great like that. But, you know, hey, a big shout out to Secret Lab for all of this. And, of course, let's go back to the teams, though. We've seen, 2 games thus far. Which team kind of surprises you for maybe not living up to expectations?
Well, I gotta have to say LGDS to a certain extent, right? Certain extent. Game number 1, they kind of bombed out because they were kind of like teetering on a breaking point. It was kind of like unfortunate on that note. Game number 2 was not so bad. Did you guys manage to pick out correctly about a couple of teams that didn't do well or maybe did do well? Maybe you'll be able to do well for the pick and win event, or rather the entire game itself. You know, you just gotta pick and win. Take a look at the game in Free Fire, and of course you'll be able to participate before May 21st. It will happen anytime after May 16th. So just get yourself into the game. If you want some in-game goodies, I'm sure that I do want them.
Yeah, it's all about the predictions. It's making sure that you're doing it right. But hey, I think it's going to be, when you're talking about these teams, a lot of them are from all over. You haven't had that international exposure. You haven't played against these teams. So it's a little bit different. So predicting it, are you going to go for the home team? Or are you going to look to go for something international and maybe just play the field a little bit?
Right. So right as you're talking about that, right? I think that I've been giving quite a lot of shout-outs, and of course, I've been eyeing onto Fuego a lot, right? Because I see them. I see them as the revolutionary. And I hope that they will be able to, well, just revolutionize the entirety of how Free Fire World Series is played this year because of their fast-paced environment. But this time, it doesn't seem like it is quite working out for them. Their playstyle that they know in their own region doesn't seem to quite work out in this international stage. And considering the fact that North America is a very new region to Free Fire Esports, it kind of seems as though there must be some kind of tweaking involved if they do want to play in this world stage.
Okay. I see Fuego as well, but I see them on the bottom. They're down on the bottom looking up right now. This is one of those things where, hey, you talked about the fact that it is a new region. It's a new league. It's something that they haven't really done. Maybe they do the scrims in terms of Latin America and the Brazilian teams. Maybe they've reached out and done that. But in terms of playing for the World Series, it's very different because you're playing up against international teams. But let's go into Game 3. This one's going to be purgatory.
And of course, looking at the flight path, it is going to be starting out from 9 o'clock and ending off somewhere well down to 4 o'clock, cutting right through of Brasilia, allowing quite a lot of teams to make their way over to, well, technically anywhere that they want. Because we have seen times and time before how each of these teams have a very specific place that they do want to go. But first thing that captured my eyes is Echo Esports. Instead of going to Central like they usually did, they now head their way to the northern side. In fact, the only team in the northern side, Crossroads, that is the high loot zone, while the rest of the teams, Ignis Esports, they stayed to their roots and stayed exactly where they are. House of Bloods, usually in Brasilia, but now in Golf Course. All-Stars Esports, usually in Fields, now in now in Quarry. Attack All Around though, they are still in Brasilia.
They've still got a chance there, and they're going to definitely be in the firefight. Attack All Around, they tend to be very centralized. They do this with almost all of the maps that they play, but my God, they are turning it up, and they go right to Fuego. I mean, you see the Wounded Duck, you go for the Wounded Duck, and it looks like they've just cleaned them up.
This is very weird. I'm not exactly sure what was Fuego trying to go for, because we usually and normally see them in Central. But somehow they found themselves in the southern part of Brasilia, only to find themselves gunned right down by the members from Attack All Around. And Attack All Around, that is their play zone. That is their home ground. While in, well, Fuego's home ground inside of Central, there is an invader. And Todak, they are the one that is now in here rather than being in the fire brigade. We have seen Todak doing something like this time and time again, and of course they are the predators, they are the hunters, and they do not necessarily go to fire brigade all the time. If they acknowledge a team that they can take down, they will head over to take them down just for a couple of points and perhaps even launch themselves up the leaderboards.
Yeah, they're trying to do it, and they're trying to find the right little pick-off, right? They got a couple, I think they knocked down Bruce. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to pick him back up, but they are all the way in that fire brigade. This is the southern part. Those two teams, who survives that one's going to be key. But if you're looking at the circle, of course, Todak right now have a little bit of an advantage. They can kind of fortify, maybe keep as LGDS has to push in a little bit more. But look at the rest of the map. VGM, Vivo Cade, and Echo are all outside of the circle. They need to make their way back into that centralized location, and this looks to be more of a river, circle at this point, and it could be going in the finals, which could be key.
I gotta have to say, Attack All Around, they are in the best position ever. At least for now, right? They are in the home ground. They are in Brasilia. They will do whatever that they can to keep themselves central of the new circle, and that is normally how they play. They would want to keep themselves very relevant throughout the entirety of the game, and they move very early in order to keep looting.
So Attack All Around, they're the second place team from Thailand. We know the previous final winners, the World Series winners of EVO's Phoenix. This is a team that's always playing, second fiddle, so to speak, to them. But they have so much experience, they understand what it takes to win. So Attack All Around are that type where they fortify, they know the great locations, and they'll let the teams come to them. They've played on the international stage before, and they're going to continue to do this. They've learned so much from last year. They're continuing to improve. Yes, they haven't won out because of the fact that, you have EVO's Phoenix in the league, but this is a team that you do need to be careful about, and it looks like they're going to probably make their way into the finals.
You know what? Speaking of Attack All Around, right? We have seen them last year, right, as you talked about before. And of course, they weren't really doing too well. And of course, I was looking through their history, understanding a little bit more about Attack All Around. They actually got seeded over to the Free Fire World Series 2021, having only played one majors, and that majors is the qualifying stages that they gunned for. Like, right? They won in that series, or rather in the grand finals that made their way to the Free Fire World Series. Anything before that? Nada. So this time, Attack All Around, they have been grinding through the years after 2021 just to be here for the 2022. They are here to prove a point that they have changed, and they will be the top 4 teams to go over to the finals next week.
And it's all about the competition that you have. And we talked about the fact that the North American League, Fuego, the winner of that one, is played against a lot of other teams, but they didn't really have that, that bar, so to speak. Right?
Okay.
It's like one of those things where if you're consistently playing the top tier teams, your play will improve because you know what you're doing wrong and you can improve, right? But having that, you don't have that bar, so to speak, you don't really know where you stand.
This is where I would like to put a little bit segue over to LGDS as well, right? Because LGDS plays within the Taiwan region, and a lot of these teams in the Taiwan region, they practically speaking, they're not of the highest tiers, right? Mechanically, some of these players, they are actually pretty darn good. But when it comes down to macro play, how they move around, how they tackle in situations, LGDS takes the bar. They are all the way at the top of their region, and they floor it. They absolutely smash almost every single one of the teams in their region, and that is the main idea as to why they are so strong. At least in their region, they don't really have that kind of exposure to play against teams of their own nature and how to improve.
True. And last year's Grand Finals, yes, they were in, but they finished 12th place. That was dead last in the Grand Finals.
Last, yes.
But if we're talking about the international experience and the other tournaments that they've played throughout, since that time, they were 8th place in the SEA Pro Scrim, 9th in Vietnam, and if we're looking in, it looks like Spark has been knocked here, and this is going to be a little bit of a firefight. LGDS are within the vicinity, something that we talk about, and it looks like they're getting some knocks.
Well, we were talking about LGDS after all, and they are here to prove us wrong. They want to tell us, you know what, we have improved, we have went for scrims, and we are not just playing within our region. In fact, this is our time to show you that we are fighting outside of our region and going up against Todak. Todak, the normal, the aggressors, the predators. They are usually the one that goes out for a hit hunting spree. And in fact, they did manage to hit hunt one of the players from the side of LGDS, and that was Bruce. But I'm surprised that LGDS have yet to revive him at this moment in time. Even for Todak, they managed to bring Spark back. So what exactly happened to LGDS? What happened to Bruce? They were methodical. They made sure that they have a full squad first if they do want to attack back. And normally, they do.
Yeah, and they do, and they need to do this. Look at Calvin, he's all by himself. Kai is sensing blood in the waters. He sees something is going on. He's definitely going to gatekeep on that outside end, but Calvin just looking for points, just looking for that placement points, just to kind of survive. Not many kills have happened. It seems a little bit slow at this point. It's almost kind of like giving me flashbacks of Twilight, where a whole bunch of people are running around, but nobody's really scoring.
Oh, well, tell me what you... I forgot the entire code itself. Well, I tried, but you know what? Speaking of trying, Jill tried to get himself out of the small little crater that he made for himself out of his own glue walls. Afik take his tight little jump on top of the glue walls. Unfortunately, with the double barrel shotgun, he wasn't able to do much, but hey, he did manage to bring Un down, and now he's just going to be looking at other person as he's chasing, he's racing. They have smelled fresh blood and on the hunt and looking, and Spark takes a jump, hops, giving a jump with the charge buster, brings one down, and he's looking for the next person. I don't think that he'll be able to find the person just yet because of the mass array of glue walls. He is just looking out for it. The bike is probably not going to do him a big favor at all. The Riptide Rhythm destroyed the glue wall that stands in between of them and Yuan. And just like that, Todak, they take the fall. And they go down to LGDS and they secured themselves 5 kills.
Spark was the MVP of their previous tournament. This is the guy that had that potential, but it was 1 versus 3. So difficult. It looks like the rest of Todak were just blood hungry, looking to go in. Spark was actually not in position. He got there a little bit too late. Unfortunately, was not able to turn that around. Yes, he did get 1 kill in the meantime, but LGDS survives. They got 5 kills to their name. You talked about the fact that this is the #1 killers in Taiwan. They are very strong. They average 12 kills per match and average almost 6K damage a game. This is a team that you do not want to be messing around with, and it looks like Todak have faced the wrath.
Well, they did prove me wrong, at least for now, you know? I'm pretty darn happy, because I kind of called them out previously just now, and I love it when teams does call me out and just kind of prove me wrong entirely, because this means that I'm wrong. I love to be wrong. Prove me wrong anytime, man. But now, I believe that we have more urgent things to attend to. and that is going to be down in Central. We do have Ignis Esports that's coming in super darn close to Echo, and I did manage to see a single member from Echo actually got knocked down. The flash freeze pops right onto Duds previously just now. The lobbing on the grenades not going to connect on the Duds, but they definitely did try. They have an idea what they're going for and when they're going, but I don't think that they will be reckless enough to be charging into the front lines.
Yeah, and Echo Esports Duts did go down. He is a key member on that team. They do need to be careful, but G18, he's getting some shots in, and it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a third party with Ignis Esports right nearby all of these teams.
Completely pincered. Echo Esports, the one and only Booyah winner for game number 1. They want to keep up to the rhythm. They want to be consistent, but it doesn't seem like this game is allowing them to do so. Alas, their positioning is now super darn good. But speaking of positioning darn good, Fuego's positioning, not that much, because that last member remaining, he actually managed to stay alive for a pretty darn long time, so I gotta have to give him props. I'm not gonna lie. I believe it was Calvin, just kind of like looping around, playing around by the ridges, or perhaps playing right below the cliffs. Well, knocking yourself out at a 9th place rather than 10th place, it is one more point.
You don't score any points for time survived, right? The other teams need to be killed, and unfortunately, it wasn't really the other teams really able to do it. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They did outlast that, so he did get a single point. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's one of those things that, hey, we're running out of time. This is match 3. There are 3 more after this. Can you get yourself into the top 4?
You did say that right. We, after this game, we have officially marked 1/2 of the tournament in play-ins over. Consistency is key, and the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboards right now, they gotta work their butt off and just really try their absolute best to ensure that they get a lot of kills, they get a lot of placement points, but who are we to say that they need to do that? Because it is a lot easier to be said than done.
Of course. But the thing is that if you're behind, you're not getting the kills. Now, you just got to throw all caution to the wind. You just got to be aggressive. You got to make sure that you get those kills, because that's the only way you can climb. If you're on the bottom, you really don't have any chance. You cannot wait around hoping for kills to come your way.
Well, you gotta have to work whatever that comes in your way, right, in the end of the day. If a team comes over to you, I'll take it, instead of just kind of running away, unless you know, as a matter of fact, that you are not entirely prepped out for that situation, like what Todak did just now. They're not exactly prepped out to fight against LGDS, even though it was 3 versus 3, but like I said, methodical. They want to ensure that they have every advantage to take a proper fight against other teams. And when it comes down to what happens after that, it really boils down to execution, whereas LGDS completely outplayed Todak.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Even though we're in the play-in stage, this is the highest level of Free Fire.
Exactly.
Right? No team is a gimme, right? No teams are given to you gift wrapped and just let you go. So you need to ensure that you outduel them, you're mechanically sound, you're able to do that, you're well coordinated as a team. And again, we're kind of seeing just the competition level. It's a little bit different. We have 8 teams left, and it's going to be about 13 minutes coming in. It's coming to crunch time. Teams really need to step up.
Oh my, Venom gets himself spotted out by V Gaming as they are putting themselves right onto the bridge. He's finding himself stuck at the western island, nowhere else to go. V Gaming is probably one of the good teams that will be able to find out where a lot of these teams are, because that's a very long stretch. There's a lot of place to play around with whenever you are on the bridge, right? Some of these blocks, they can actually block a lot of shots, and they can play aggressively if they want to. But speaking of aggression, this is where Echo can play aggressively, but it kind of seems as though they are left with 1?
Yeah, it's a difficult situation right now. Look at that river. Nobody wants to cross. Nobody wants to commit anything. Because again, the circle is there, but look at how close that is. And Echo, they got the booyah in game 1, but they've been eliminated 8th.
Well, they have been kind of dwindling down in numbers, right? Game 1, booyah. Game 2, 4th place. And now game 3, 8th place. Not quite consistent. So it's kind of tough for me to see that. I really do want to see them kind of like get themselves right back on the feet, get themselves the fire that they found in game number 1. Hopefully, they are just the Bermuda Masters that we're looking out for. Game number 4 could be that momentum change that we are hoping and looking out for. At this moment in time, the circle is slowly but surely pushing right out. And unfortunately, All Stars Esports, they weren't able to get themselves out of that ultimate demise. They find themselves completely taken out. And now, with only 6 teams left, we do have Attack All Around that is on the main archipelago. I don't think they will be able to hold this position for the longest time ever. because there's only this small, tiny little real estate for them to be shooting out against V Gaming. How long can they hold out for this duel?
Yeah, look at AAA, Attack All Around, and Vivo Keed. We're just sticking around in this river, and we wanted a final circle where, look at Dark Love turning it up. That was an amazing grenade right there. That was a really nice shot, but they've only got 2 kills to their name. That circle is getting smaller. How are they going to end this game?
The circle is absolutely small, and V Gaming, they are right smack in the center of it. In fact, it kind of looks good, but no, it's not. Everyone's eyes is going to be lined up onto where V Gaming is. They will be running out of glue walls anytime soon. And look at the amount of glue walls here. Anyone's type rhythm goes online, all of the glue walls disappears. So I don't think that they should be stacking up so much of that. It's really dependent on how they want to play it in the end of the day. But now, with 5 teams left, Carlos knocked down, felt death. No idea how he did that, but hey, it is what it is. LGDS, they're taking their stance at the western part of the circle. Ignis Esports at the southern part of the circle. We got Vivo Kane find themselves eliminated at the southeastern part of the circle. And I believe that we've got Ignis as well as V Gaming that will be holding very tightly on their current positioning. And AAA, unfortunately, they are going to be finding themselves completely taken out due to their unfortunate positioning. And how about the rest, man? 3 teams left.
Unfortunate circle right there. No real chance for Attack All Around to go. They just literally just stood there. But LGDS capitalizing on this amazing opportunity with being in the circle. We're going to look to just close this one out with Eric getting a front kill.
And now we've got as well as Roro, the last 2 members left from the side of LGDS. I'm not too sure whether they will be able to hold this out for any time longer. V Gaming, they're still holding themselves right behind of this boulder. They're still holding themselves out. Amazing. I have no idea how, but it's a 2 versus 2 against 1. This is going to be one of the best locations for the members from V Gaming. They've been holding this position out for the longest time ever, but where's the Skylar? Where's the rhythm that we have been asking for the longest time ever? Ignis, total of 9 kills. LGDS, I believe that they only got 1 person left, and that is going to be Roro. All of these teams, they'll be waiting for that eventual time when the storm eventually closes them out to a small little pixel left. Look at how fast it shrinks. LGDS out of circle already. Ignis Esports, nowhere else to go. LGDS, take it right down. Carlos, last member remaining with the Grutta. He wasn't able to do anything as the storm consumes him. And V Gaming finds themselves with the booyah for game number 3.
What an amazing play by V Gaming. Being very patient, letting the circle come to them, and then all of a sudden you saw the circle happen. They really didn't have a chance. They had to rush in. They had no way to get themselves in there. There were glue walls all throughout, but congratulations to V Gaming, Binsu, Tena, Dark Love, and Vanta. All of these guys just really stepping up. This is what we wanted. We expected big things from V Gaming, and they really stepped up this game.
We really have been waiting for them to show up. And showing up, indeed they did. The positioning was great. And getting themselves the booyah, it was amazing. In the meantime, enjoy this highlight.
V Gaming, incredibly lucky with that last circle. Every team was just coming into them. They were pretty much in there. They knew they had the greatest chance. All they had to do was survive, make sure that they were fine, and V Gaming got that booyah because of that.
There was a lot of things that was happening within that circle, and I gotta have to say, V Gaming, right smack in the center. I was expecting them to be the one that gets whittled out in the end because, well, let's be honest, in such a small circle, you have so many glue walls out there, you're just asking to get a red-type rhythm blasted through your face. But that did not happen. I wonder why. It's probably a lot of those cooldowns in order, and they just unable to work around with it. V Gaming, they held it strong and tightly, while LGDS as well as Ignis Esports, they were kind of busy with one another. I believe that Vivocade was pretty busy in one of those skirmishes as well.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, this is what we want, and this is why we like Purgatory. The fact that there's rivers, so you can't just put the glue
What a
walls in there.
circle!
You have no chance right there. And so all of these teams attack all around Vivocade, and Ignis at this point, we're just looking for that area, right? They were just sticking around, but let's look at the standings to see exactly where we are in that last game. We saw a big step up by that one, but if we're looking at those one, LGDS, plus 21 points, 13 kills to their name. Ignis Esports picked it up as well with 10 kills. That's a monster game.
V Gaming, even though they got themselves the booyah, they did not get that much amount of kills. In fact, you can pretty much say that this is the minimum that you can get whenever you get yourself the booyah, because you gotta have to destroy 4 other players from the opposite side in order to get yourself that booyah. So 16 points, the bare minimum that you should get as the winning team of a specific map. In the 4th place, Attack All Around with 14 points, still very consistent. House of Blood, 5th place with 7 points, tied with Vivocade. And on the other half of the leaderboards, it is going to be All Stars Esports, Todak, Echo Esports, and Fuego with 6, 4, 3, and 2 points respectively.
All right, you talk about consistency, and on that bottom, Todak has been 8th place in every single game thus far. Fuego's been on the bottom. They don't have a whole lot of time. They are consistent, but if we're looking at the standings, this is what we're talking about in terms of that, consistency, right? Todak and Fuego, unfortunately, they're on the bottom looking up. They really need to step up. They have only 3 more games to make it all around, but Attack All Around, top of the line right now with 45 points. Echo Esports right behind, and V Gaming with that booyah springboard themselves into 41, but this is turning into a rat race for that final 4th position.
This is really tough, right? Because it kind of seems as though Ignis Esports as well as LGDS, they are definitely still in the running because they need to knock out Vivocade, which is at 36 points. For Ignis Esports, they just need 3 more points. For LGDS, they need 6 more points. House of Blood as well as All Stars Esports, I believe that there is still some points to reclaim their pride to get themselves up onto the 4th place, but that would definitely take some time. Booyahs and kills all involved. This standings is not going to tell us the final story just yet.
Yeah, but let's look at the MVP of that one. LGDS Roro turning it up. 5 kills to this name. And there's a reason why LGDS, yes, they might not be the luckiest in terms of the circles and the placement points, but this is the thing. It's all about kills in Free Fire, and it's proving to actually work out for LGDS. They just need a little bit more from everybody else to just support him and give Roro a chance to really just, make a name for himself here.
It really boils down to the tiebreakers at this point in time. If LGDS gets so much kills, but not a single booyah, that is going to be a problem when it comes down to tiebreakers. But for that, we're just going to be looking at the rest of the kill leaders. Not just Roro that got 5 kills, but Yuan from the same team, LGDS, got a total of 5 kills, and Carlos from the side of Ignis Esports has also gotten a total of 4 kills. And Roro and Yuan, just the 2 of them combined, have already have a tabulated score of 10 kills. How insane is that?
And he was key, and there's a reason why that team did very, very well. But if we're looking at the key players, Bulky, look at this Chrono. That damage was actually on point. They were fighting in the river, and that really helped them out, gave themselves a chance. Dark Love with 3 assists, very good for V Gaming. Make sure that he's getting, he's supporting his team. Hoysong with, the Skylar Award, glue walls destroyed. 8. He's a destroyer of glue walls, and we do count those things, but, I would rather have kills to my name. Roro, on the other hand, glue wall used, and there's a reason why he has so many kills, because he has so many glue walls. It was very difficult to draw a beat on it.
We are starting to see the amount of glue wall used more and more per game as the game escalates, right? At first it was like, 12? And then 14? And then now 15. So anyone that gets lower than 15 for the next key player as well, I'm gonna be disappointed in you.
Yeah. Apparently that's the only stat that you really
That's the only stat I care.
It's glue wall used, but it's actually key.
It is very key.
Understanding how to use it and making sure that you're blocking the right lines of sight, giving your team the right cover so that you have the right angles, very important.
I mean, that is the main reason why V Gaming won in Game 3 after all, or rather, this very specific game. If not for glue walls used to completely bolster out their frontal defense as well as their rear defense, I'm pretty sure that it is going to be a big problem. In the end of the day, the ridge plays a very big part for them because there's no other team that is able to kind of wrap around the entire circle to kind of backstab V Gaming, unless there's a team that actually does have a vehicle. In that situation, none of the teams are ones who really actively use vehicles. One thing I know, Todak, as of House of Blood, they use Afterburner a lot, and they really made full use of vehicles. But unfortunately, the final circle does not have them.
Yeah, it doesn't really help them. And that's one of those things where, you know, unfortunately, that's going to be the case. But let's get talking to it about it after the break.
Well, I believe that there is still quite some time for us to see for game number 4. But now, off to a break.
Get it, and I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it, and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arise. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of life. Come on, we will be heroes. Let the heroes arise.
There's no stopping you right now.
Let the heroes arise.
There's only one way. Get it up.
Let the heroes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa. We are officially done with game number 3, and that means that we have officially marked the second half of the play-ins. I am excited. I'm pretty sure that Holler is really excited as well.
Of course. I mean, this is it, right? You have no more chances at this point. You need to step up. You need to do it. If you want to get in the top 4 to get yourself a chance to the finals, now is the time. There is no other time but today.
This is the point in time whereby whatever teams at the lower end of the leaderboards, it's time for them to stir up some chaos. Fuego and Toda is perfect time.
Yeah, this is the time. You have no other time, but, you know, speaking of time, this is going to be somewhat limited in the sense that the official chair partner is going to be for Free Fire World Series. It's the Secret Lab chair. We're sitting in the Titan chairs. They're amazing. They're super comfortable, and we're going to roll back in between breaks. Unfortunately, you don't catch those on stream, but they're very comfortable. All the players are using it, and everybody's loving it.
Well, you're gonna have to enjoy yourself, right? In the end of the day. I'm pretty sure that all of you guys are thoroughly enjoying the Free Fire World Series because we're hyping it up, and then we're waiting for the end result of how game number 3 would eventually go to. Which are the teams that would get themselves the Booyah this time? Will we have a repeat Booyah, or are we gonna see a Booyah by a completely unsuspecting team? I've kind of, well, reverse cursed LGDS, right? Because we kind of be like talking about LGDS, blah, 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 and then they bombed out this one really well in a positive manner. A lot of kills. So this time, I think it's time for me to cheer for, no, sorry, I cannot use that word. Say that, well, Fuego, it's unfortunate that you have yet to show any performance. It is time for you to prove me wrong.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you're calling them out or you're like not even giving them a chance at this point, right? It's one of those things where, you know what I mean, is like Asian dad where you're kind of yelling at them, but you're kind of like, you know, building up confidence at the same time. I'm very confused with that direction.
I'm confused as well.
Okay, all right. But you know what we're not confused about is the fact that the Brazil team, Evocade, is doing well. Indonesia is doing well with Echo Esports. Both of these teams stepped up, and I love the fact that V Gaming is also up there as well. All of these teams, of course, they have a, you know, a sort of like a parent, you know, team in the sense that they're made it to the finals. This is the second team of that region. There's a reason why they're kind of in the tops right now. They've had that competition. They're able to step up, and they've been, you know, being able to just kind of get themselves into the position to hopefully get into top 4.
I gotta have to say, Attack All Around hailing from Thailand. They have been showing us exactly how it is to play like Thais. Because in the previous years, or rather, last year, it is going to be Phoenix Force that really showed us the amazing power of the Thai. Because, well, out of 6 games, 4 Booyahs? That is unheard of! And this time, Attack All Around may not be able to show that kind of legacy this year, at least for now, you know? But the main point is that they want to advance over to the main stage, to the grand finals. And at this moment in time, with their consistency, with the way that they have played, well, I gotta have to say, they have a really high chance.
Okay, Attack All Around is a very consistent team. They have a strategy in mind, they're sticking to their guns, and they understand the strength of that team is gatekeeping. They've done a decent job. You know, this is kind of on the backs of Kororo, who's just an absolute monster. You see Polki as well as Hoisung. You know, all of these guys really step up. They really back each other up. The support is there. But let's go into Game 4. This one's going to be back into Bermuda.
Well, it is time for us to bear witness who will take the Booyah off the second half of today. As we have the flight path that's just going to be starting off at 5 o'clock, ending off right at 10 o'clock, or maybe a little bit of a 10:30. Well, it will be cutting through Beak, Masadi Strip, Catalystua, Bullseye, as well as Sentosa. And here we are expecting to see Fuego in Sentosa, but no. It is Ignis Esports in Sentosa Cape Town taken up by House of Blood instead of being inside of Shipyard. So a lot of these teams, they are actually playing things around and trying to change things up. While Todak, they were originally and usually in Factory. This time, they are in Pochinok.
Yeah, they see LGDS. They saw another team that dropped right next to them. Of course, they have no idea who that team is, and they were like, okay, we're just going to stick to Pochinko. We're going to stick right there. But they're nearby. They're going to get some, some sort of, collect some guns. You need some sort of armament to kind of fight them. But I don't know if they really want to go up against LGDS, who are also very aggressive, something that they need to be a little bit careful about. Todak has not done well thus far. They've scored 8th place in all 3 games thus far. If they're going to have a chance, this is the only one. It's make or break for this team.
Well, we do have, I believe that it was Echo Esports that stayed true to their guns. They went to Bullseye, and I think that it's not just into Bullseye. They actually spread themselves very far and wide to ensure that they will be able to cover as much land as possible, be it scouting duties or getting themselves more information. Well, it really up to entirely how they would want to play. In the meantime, I believe that we do have quite a lot of, well, roster swaps, if I may. And for the side of Fuego, I do want to see how Eurus eventually will participate in these games and how much of their team dynamics will change.
Yeah, it's a bit of a change. The team thought it was best for the team. Maybe it's a map change, right? In the sense that they might be better on Bermuda. But, we're going to have to see how that one plays out. But, Ignis Esports all the way in Sentosa. We're in Sentosa, so we might as well just high-five these buddies all the way in the bottom.
Well, the current circle is going to be slated at the northern region, covering Shipyard, half of Bullseye, a couple of Graveyard, inside of Catalysto. We have Bimasati Strip, Peak, the northern part of Kota Tua personally, and we got Keratin as well as Mill, as well as Riverside, that is inside of this circle. And as I've told you before about Echo's way of playing, they do have a very wide spread of members. In fact, they are not close to each other in a buddy-buddy system or anything. They are all and entirely alone. They spread themselves far and wide. This way, they will be able to get themselves as much utilities as much as possible, a lot of frag grenades, and we can also expect them to be able to loot up a good amount of glue walls. And this should be able to help them propel over to the later stages of the game, and that is exactly how they usually play. Gatekeeping, and once they kill someone, loot their bodies and plunder them.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, I just got to kill the other guy. I don't want to loot all the buildings. I'll just kill the enemy, and I'll loot their bodies. It's just much easier for, me to pick up everything. But if we're looking at, again, Ignis Esports, they got to get out of Sentosa. This is a little too risky. I mean, obviously, it's still very early. They don't need to panic or anything like that. But seeing as that the circle is up in that northwestern area, you got to make a move at some point. At some point, you just need to just, pick up and go. But look at Chill. He's on his awesome motorcycle. He's just doing a lot of scouting. Nobody's picked him off. He's making a ton of noise. He's going to be driving right into Clock Tower. He saw LGDS make a move to that, and he's called for his buddies, and it looks like, again, Todak and LGDS have been just rivals throughout this entire plan.
I mean, Todak, they are doing exactly what I am expecting them to do. I coined them as a predator. They are always on the motorcycle, trying to go around areas, looking out for potential prey. This time, they have found LGDS hiding themselves within of Clock Tower, which is, well, technically not too far from Pochinok, which is exactly where they have initially landed on. I'm not too sure if whether Todak will be able to bring down the entirety of LGDS like an Olympic diver, but in the end of the day, they will camp out this place because they are in the northeastern side of Clock Tower, and that means the LGDS, they gotta have to get past Todak in order to get to the next circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a fight. That's going to be happening very soon. I think they're just trying to find the right bead, but LGDS are technically on that high ground. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but Vivocade, it looks like they've kind of, they're in a bit of a skirmish here with All-Star Esports.
Not too big of a skirmish, I would say. I would believe that General with his AC-80 was really trying to get a couple of shots down onto Jordi as he's down onto the waters. I'm not too sure why exactly he was in there, but I would call it as a small, minor work accident. He was just trying to get around other places, hoping that he'll be able to get to some nice places, but now he's completely out of position. He's unable to do anything, and the only thing that will be able to help him is this glue wall. and a little bit of a swimming lesson, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's a little too late for that. Jordy's been knocked out there. Volky will actually secure that one. And it looks like they're just going to happily take that one. But, you know, AAA are within the vicinity of this. They do need to be careful. All-Star Esports with Vivocade, they're kind of fighting. They're not really able to draw bead. The terrain is just providing so much cover, as well as these glue walls. It's like, how do you barrel through all of them? What are you going to do? Are you going to just try to just take your time, knowing that they're going to be there? All-Star Esports are looking to just turtle in that bunker.
They will do whatever that it takes to hold themselves in. Attack all around is not necessarily the most aggressive team, so they will hold themselves inside of house as much as possible. They will turtle in, they will defend, they will fortify their fortress and ensure that no one will be able to get in. And with that all said and done, Hoi-Sung with an amazing headshot down on the Kai and ensured that Kai would not be able to get anywhere close to the opponents. Hoi-Sung decided to take the frontal approach, brought himself with a shotgun right into the face of Huta. He did manage to bring him down all by himself. Or rather, we have Folky that also came right in, brings Venom down. The entirety of House of Blood has been eliminated despite trying to be the aggressors.
Attack all around, living up to their name, giving House of Blood no room to breathe. They thought they were fine through all the glue walls, but no, they were like, we're going to go aggressive. We're going to go around them. I know how to get there, and they made sure that they paid. Those close combat skirmishes are key, and Vivocade right now are knocking on the door on All-Star Esports.
Oh boy, they're doing whatever that they could to destroy this lower part of the glue wall that they just want to slip a small little grenade in, but it didn't really quite work out for them. In that entirety, they were really hoping to bring something down, but RNG is not too favorable to Vivocade, as now we do have a danger zone that happened to be right on the head of Vivocade. They don't really have anywhere to go, to be honest, so we may be able to see a couple of calamity.
Yeah, this is like an awkward moment. You're looking to just fight, and then all of a sudden, like, the weather changes, and now it's a danger zone, and like all these things are just happening that's outside of your control. All you gotta do is just kill these people, but they're gonna bunker down. They're not gonna move. There's plenty of time so they can play it safe. Now, on the other hand, Vivocade, they need to figure out a place that they can be safe, at least for now, just buy a little bit of time. It looks like it's passed. It looks like they're gonna go back into it.
Have they ever thought of being friendly?
No.
Hey, buddy.
Friendly.
You know,
friendly.
We may be getting off on the wrong foot, shooting a couple of glue.
Frenemies maybe, but not friends.
Come on, let us in. That's the danger zone. You're not gonna leave us hanging, isn't it?
It's like, oh yeah, I've got cookies, let me in.
Cookie. I mean, in the end of the day, I do love some cookies, but in the end of the day, I still do want to get myself a couple of booyahs, so just kill anyone that is inside. And it does seem like Fuego, they are going to be the one that's in the sight of the enemies, and that is going to be Todak doing whatever that they can to bring Fuego down. Kelvin, the last member remaining, coming for the side of Fuego as the entire grenade! What a grenade! Bring Kelvin down. He ended his career here in a boom, literally and liberally.
Todak just completely aggressive. This is the Todak that we know. Every time we see this team, they're always doing something like that where they just catch people off guard. Fuego was not in, had no chance at that one. They were not expecting it, and it looks like the team was kind of scattered about, but it looks like AAA right now are going to go head-to-head with Ignis Esports. I was going to say Ignite Esports.
I mean, they are definitely igniting something with of them right now, right? They are taking and picking a fight against Attack all around. But unfortunately, they're not alone here. Todak, they have decided to put themselves in the face of Ignis Esports. But unfortunately, Todak is going to be the one that found himself in a really bad spot. That's going to be Kano and Carlos. They managed to fight a war on two fronts with a grenade that eventually they managed to land on 200 members from the side of Attack all around.
The grenade!
Carlos! No! Attack all around found themselves completely decimated, desecrated, all because of a fragmentation grenade. The entire house is now open for Ignis Esports to take control of.
Attack all around, they were on the roof and they were like, hey, we've got the high ground, we have the advantage. But hey, when you could lob grenades like Kobe and just take them all out, and it looks like they're continuing to go on, Ignis Esports has just completely turned it off. With 7 kills to their name, they're cleaning up every single team that they're seeing at this point.
What can I say? The fire really is igniting inside of them. A Fig have nowhere to go with his car on fire. Ignis Esports, well, there's so many things that we can say. The small little embers. And now they're finding themselves as the kill leader. A total of 8 kills to their name. They have been wild and rowdy, but they have been so absorbed in the fight that they are not in the circle yet.
Yeah, a lot of those teams, though, Attack All Around had like 9 or so kills. Todak had 7. So taking those out is a pretty big deal, especially with only 23 members left in this game. You have 6 teams. Who's going to survive? Vivocade, they're kind of sticking to their guns. They play very patiently. They let Nando snipe out. He's an amazing sniper. Play to your strengths. And they've been sticking around here. They've been looking at All-Star Esports throughout the entire time. It's like this no man's land in the middle. Nobody really wants to make a move at this stage. But hey, they have plenty of time still.
The current circle is just going to be put itself right in the middle of Plantation. And with that said, that pretty much means that a lot of that escape area for Ignis Esports is gone. They don't have a lot of place to go. There is, yes, a bridge that will be able to bring them over to the northern side of Plantation, and also gonna put them in a pretty good spot though. As long as they don't make the wrong way into the dam, all should be good for Ignis Esports and continue their raid of being the kill leaders.
Okay, Vivo Kid right now I don't know if they're getting baited, but they're actually going away from the circle and they're cleaning up All-Star Esports, who have to go all the way around, realizing that they can't go across this bridge because Vivo Kid have been that troll under the bridge of just complete control. So they've just kind of dominated it. Othman, on the other hand, has just picked up a car and he's gonna like use the other bridge on the other side, but he's gonna walk right into LGDS.
No problem. Even if you kind of hold on to the dam, you can still get your way to the other part of the bridge. Is there any vending machine around the area? It doesn't seem like it. The next vending machine is right smack in the center of the circle and such. All-Stars Esports, they're not gonna get anywhere close to buy their fellow friends back. Ignis Esports, the one that have a small little ember that eventually encapsulated them like a man on fire. They're gonna be moving their way down onto LGDS, having Eric starting a fight with that amazing Judge Buster shot, bringing Eung down and sending Roro, Yuan, and Bruce running.
Okay, this game is nothing but momentum. Ignis Esports have found that groove. They have about 9 or so kills to their name. They're continuing to find out. They're just playing, hey, we're gonna go slow, we'll get to the next shot, stop, see what's there, kill everybody, make sure that they clean them up. But hey, it looks like they're gonna be in a bit of a fight right now with Vivo Kid. That's not a team that you want to fight, especially with LGDS there. This might be a little bit of a, a tussle here, especially with 3 teams nearby.
There's a little bit too much action that may erupt if Ignis Esports as well as Vivocade comes against one another. This is definitely not the kind of situation that I would want, especially since I do have the momentum right now. As we do believe that the Latam region as well as the Brazilian region, they are all darn strong. And honestly, if I'm Ignis and the Brazilians come knocking at the door, I will be scared because Modesta, he currently do have his Charge Buster. One of them also does have the grenade launcher, and that is definitely something that we should be looking out for. And eventually, yes, we should look out. General finds himself the grenade launcher shot, brings Camo down, and I believe that he's going to be on the 2nd floor. He should be well and away from sight. Out of sight and out of mind, at least for now. General did manage to get the kill secure onto Camo, leaving Ignis Esports currently handicapped.
Yeah, and this circle is getting smaller. There are 6 teams. There's not a lot of room. 18 players left. LGDS are just running, trying to find some cover. They're trying to get around there, but Ignis Esports, they're kind of in a tussle. Again, Dead God is here, trying to draw a beat, and it looks like they're going to be a little bit slow here. Carlos is by himself. He's got 4 kills to his name. They've got 9 kills. Great game thus far. They want to get placement points. Getting eliminated now would be a little bit of a loss for them.
They're honestly still in the game, right? They are right behind a vending machine. If they're able to find their way and sneak over to a vending machine, perhaps they will be able to buy their fellow friend back and they will be able to hold themselves in for a little while longer. But sometimes I question myself, is that really the play? With the circle being so small, everyone can see you flying down. So sometimes may not be the right idea. But Van Tan, he now has the hand cannon on his hand. He did manage to nick off quite a chunk of health away from the members from the side of Echo. They are still going to be riding the tide, bracing the tides, moving right on, trying to get a fight right on the V Gaming. Is that really going to be the way? Koja opens it up, trying to look for P2. He's going to be inside of the time turner. He eventually moves himself out, whips himself in, gets himself the kill, and eventually Koja and Dutch, they found themselves too. And the rest, how about Duck Love, he's finding himself on the bike. He's running away. Will he be able to run away? He will.
You gotta get inside the circle. Now is the time. Make sure that you're in a great position for that final circle. You gotta stay alive. Dark Love is just running for his life, just trying to stay alive. He runs into Carlos, and he does get the kill. And Dark Love giving him some love and just taking him down. He's fine for now, but he's the last member of V Gaming. They're still alive. 4 teams left.
Is it really gonna be the way? Currently the circle is being too small. V Gaming finds himself eliminated. Nando takes himself on the top of this building with the EWM General from the side of Vivocade. They finished up yet another team to their name. Vivocade versus LGDS for this final circle fight, and they are all gonna be barging right in. Roro right underneath of the opponents, and now it is gonna be 2 members from the side of Vivocade. Nando as well as General. They're just gonna be working their way on the Roro as well.
Roro down.
Unfortunately, Roro finds
Bruce
himself taken
last
down. Bruce, the only 1 member left. He do find a time turner. Pops his zone. He's trying to whip himself in. He's still protected. Moves right out. But unfortunately, on the side, he breaks 1. And now he's going to be looking for the next one. Bruce is still managed to pop himself up with another one on the glue wall. He takes the time. Goes for the medkit. Bruce runs away. He's still covered behind of that glue wall.
I don't know if that was the right call by Bruce.
That is going to be a crucial moment for Nando to eventually pick General up. And now, it's gonna be 2 versus 1.
Oh, this is gonna be it. I don't know if going back to heal himself is gonna be the key, but Bruce is able to survive, but no! Vivocade pulling it out. That's what you wanted, and this is why, yes, you might heal yourself, you might have a chance, but it was, it was 1 versus 1, you had a chance. But instead of, just trying to go for that kill, you went for the heal, gave himself time to pick him up. That was a bit of an issue there. I don't know if that was a questionable decision in the end, but hey, it paid off for Vivocade, and they're loving it.
He made his move, and Vivocade took that opportunity. They saved their fellow friends, and Vivocade get themselves the next booyah to their name. 2 booyahs in a row. Not really in a row, but 2 booyahs to the name of Vivocade. They are definitely happy for what they have gotten, and they are here to stay. The Brazilian teams, they are amazing. In the meantime, the highlights.
Vivocade with their 2nd booyah. This is not too unexpected, at least for me. This is their 4th game thus far. I'm pretty sure they're a shoe-in into the grand finals. I mean, there's pretty much no other way at this point, especially with all the points that they got.
Honestly, there's only 2 games left. Getting themselves 2 booyahs right now is gonna be a massive game changer to what they originally have in the standings. And wouldn't be surprised if they have topped themselves above of Attack All Around, especially since Attack All Around, well, I think that they did pretty decently. It was not bad, but it's not good enough for them to get a booyah. And that is one thing that is lacking from the side of Attack All Around. They have been consistent, but just not with a booyah.
Yeah, they've gotten, okay, it's a high-risk, high-reward play where you're continuing to fight and you're going to look to just try to get as many kills as possible. But let's look at the match standings of that game 4. Let's see exactly what happened in that one. But Vivocade on top, we talked about it, but they had 12 kills. They had 0 at, I think, the 9-minute mark. They play very patiently and they just pick off people when they can. They were in pretty much in, a tussle with All-Star Esports throughout the entire game. But the fact that they were able to just clean up, they did very well in this game.
I gotta have to say, that attack all around, they got themselves the 6 kills is definitely worth it. Or rather, they definitely, well, deserved it. House of Blood, if I remember correctly, tried to attack on the attack all around, didn't quite work out. But before we go down onto that rabbit hole and talk about the rest of the team, I gotta have to say, booyah! Over to the Vivocade, they did manage to get themselves a total of 12 kills and 12 placement points with a total of 24 points. Ignis Esports with 15, LGDS with 13, Echo Esports with 11, and as I said, Attack All Around with 9, B Gaming with 8, Todak with 7, All Stars Esports with 5, Fuego still with 2 points, and now House of Blood, they found themselves only 1 point.
And let's check out the overall standings, see where we're at. This is the 4th game thus far. Vivocade on top with a monster 60 points. Attack All Around, yes, they're 54 points. They can definitely catch up. Echo Esports with 53 and V Gaming with 49 and Ignis Esports with 48, LGDS with 43. That is so close. We're going to have to find out which of those 3 teams is going to be in 4th. Not to say that All-Star Esports can't do it, but they need a lot of help. House of Blood with 22, Todak with 21, and Fuego with just 9 points.
Attack All Around currently leads as the highest killing team with only 2 kills above of Vivocade. Mind you, they haven't gotten themselves a single booyah, and yet they're only 6 points below of Vivocade. They are the only team within the top 4 at this moment in time with not a single booyah. It would have been a lot nicer on the standings if Vivocade, Attack All Around, Esports, Echo, as well as V Gaming, they all had a single booyah. But it is what it is.
It is definitely what it is, but let's look at the MVP of that last game. I'm pretty sure we're going to see General here with 5 kills, an absolute monster. 5 of the 12 kills on that team. I mean, this is why Vivocade is just, you know, a top-tier team. Like, they have people that are straight-up killers. 5 kills? I think I have 5 kills in maybe 10 games, but I'm terrible at this game.
Honestly, you have been hailing, and of course you have been calling out for Vivocade as the absolutely monstrous team. And honestly, I would be lying if I said that they are the best, right? Because honestly, myself, I did my homework. I thought that they would have a little bit of problem because, ironically, they were ranked 12 for their own regional finals group stage, and they barely made it in. So these monsters, General and Nando, they managed to let it all work out. 5 kills for General, 4 kills for Nando, and Ignis Esports, well, whooping right in and sliding right in. It does have a total of 4 kills to himself.
Yeah, and you know, you talked about Vivocade. They stepped it up. They had to get 2 booyahs in a row in the finals to get themselves in this position, right? But key players on that side, Dead God, huge. 6 assists in a game? That's crazy. Jason 7 with, you know, the damage block was 835. Carlos, he stepped up as well. Glue walls used.
Not
15.
disappointed.
Pretty big.
I'm not
pretty
disappointed.
Big. And Pydro over there with just 2 pickups there with 2 rescues, and he's going to help out his team, and they really need a lot of help, especially with just 2 matches left.
Well, and that it is it. We've got game number 3, done and dusted. Game number 4. Yes, game number 4, done and dusted. That is the end of Bermuda. We're not going to be looking at Bermuda anymore. And I gotta have to say, looking at the next game in Kalahari is definitely something that I will be vying for. Because like I said before, Kalahari is the killer of amateur teams. All of these teams here, no way are they amateurs. However, if they tunnel vision a little bit too much, there could be a possibility that they will still fall into that rabbit hole.
It's a problem, right? Kalahari, you know, separates the men from the boys, so to speak, in the sense of understanding how the coordination of the team needs to happen. You need to ensure that you're fortifying properly, you're in the right spot. Sometimes a little bit of luck, but hey, it's a huge map. It's one of those maps that, you know, a lot of teams need to practice on because you're going to see it every single, you know, tournament. It's one of those things where you got to be careful with how you play it. A lot of teams have strategies in mind, but how do those strategies really play up against the other teams that are definitely prepared here?
At this point in time, the teams that are not in the top 4, they do have a couple of decisions to make. Do they want to avoid places that originally the top 4 players of team usually go for? Like for example, we should be looking out for Ignis Esports. They usually go to Shrine. We should be looking at a couple of these other teams, like especially Vivocade from Stone Ridge. I don't know how they're going to be playing this out, but I will be interested to see how it's gonna be. But for now, we're going off for a short break.
รู้ไหมว่ารสชาติที่ดีที่สุดในโลกคืออะไรชัยชนะไงชัยชนะคือรสชาติที่ดีที่สุดในโลกถ้าเคยได้ลองชิมแล้วเราก็อยากได้มันเพิ่มเพราะเป็นความรู้สึกที่ก็สมัยที่ทำไร่นะครับก็ตื่น6 โมงตี 5ประมาณนี้ครับก็เหนื่อยครับผมรู้สึกเหนื่อยมากการทำไร่ทำสวนมันทำให้เหนื่อยทั้งกายและใจทั้งแดดร้อนจำได้ว่าโคตรเจ็บมากผมไม่เข้าใจว่าทำไมผมไม่เหมือนในคนอื่นที่แบบเขาสบายมีชีวิตที่ดีกว่าก็ตอนนั้นก็ตัวผมนี่ดำเลยครับเหมือนเป็นเด็กสกปรกคนหนึ่งเลยครับแล้วทุกวันมันก็เหมือนเดิมซ้ำไปซ้ำมาและมีวินัยมากขึ้นแต่ว่าเงินที่ได้จากทำไร่ทำสวนมันก็ไม่ได้มากผมเลยต้องการเปลี่ยนแปลงมีคนไม่มากที่เชื่อในความฝันที่จะเป็นนักเล่นเกมมืออาชีพแต่ถ้าเรามีความฝันแล้วจงอย่าไปฟังเสียงรอบข้างเราก็เริ่มตั้งใจเริ่มเชื่อมั่นผมเก่งในเกมฟรีไฟร์มากขึ้นเรื่อยๆทำให้มีคนเชื่อใจผมและโอกาสที่ผมจะได้แข่งชิงแชมป์โลกก็ยิ่งใกล้ขึ้นเช่นกันทุ่มเททุกอย่างเพื่อแต่ทันใดนั้นชีวิตผมก็เปลี่ยนไป
to the Free Fire World Series Sentosa 2022, and we are in the play-ins now. We've seen 4 matches thus far. My name is Huller, and this is Eris, and we're going to take you into the final 2 matches coming up. What did we see thus far with the first 4 matches?
Well, a lot of consistency coming up from the favorites. Obviously, attack all around started out really strong despite not getting a single booyah just yet. Purely through their own play style. They play really safe, they move fast into the circle, and then they gatekeep all these teams that are coming in late. And then finally, we have to touch on Vivo K. A little bit of a lackluster performance coming in game 1, but then starting from game 2, dropping into Kalahari, their map, their dominant map, and they have gotten out 2 booyahs for today's games.
I mean, it's going to be key for them, but hey, the reason why they're doing so well is because they've been sitting in the Secret Lab chairs. They're the official chair partner of the Free Fire World Series. Just check it out. Make sure that you're in this. We're in the Titan chairs. They're sitting in the Titan chairs. I feel like I'm getting better at myself at Free Fire.
Well, I would call you solid, but I am too sitting in the chair, so I can't complain. And I gotta say, they are really comfortable. But back onto the key issue. Now, what do the teams have to do in order to win?
Well, I mean, okay. I like attack all around. Yes, they've been a little unlucky in the sense they haven't gotten the booyahs, but the thing is that this is a team that's proving that kills is all about consistency, right? Placements is kind of like up in the air. Do you get lucky with circles? I mean, V-Gaming did get lucky in the end. I mean, yes, they won that one, but it was one of those things where we're going to have to really see. Kills is the consistent part of this game, and that will make sure that you're in the top because of those kills.
And at this point, 49 is the magic number, and that is where V-Gaming is at right now. 4th in the leaderboards in terms of points, and then just 1 point below them is Ignis Esports, who has stepped up in terms of performance coming in from the third map onwards.
Yeah. I think the first 2 were kind of like warm-up games. I think Vivo Cade also had a bit of a warm-up game. It's one of those things where, you know, the teams are playing these other teams for the first time. It's at the international stage. Things, you know, there's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, making sure that you do perform, and you don't know what these teams are going to do. But now that we're getting into this one, they found their groove. At the end of the day, the mechanically sound teams are going to pick it up, and they're going to rise to the top.
And obviously, we can't forget about Echo Esports. They managed to secure the first booyah of the day with 12 kills and have never looked back since. They're currently 3rd on the table. I think they're looking at a very safe margin in terms of points. So I will be looking at probably, 3 teams to be exact, right? V-Gaming, Ignis Esports, and obviously LGDS, who's at 6 with only 43 points.
Nobody is out of this one.
Yes.
Let's be honest, right? If you can score a decent amount of kills, you need to step up. If you tend to be more towards the bottom, get yourself into the, the top 4, right? It's a 40% chance. There's only 10 teams. You got to make a move now. There's no time but today.
And what better map to do it than in Kalahari, the map that doesn't have too much of a cover. We covered about Vivo Cade. We talked about the fact that out of the 3 booyahs that they got in the LBFF finals, 2 of them were in Kalahari themselves. So it might be too early to coin the term King of Kalahari, but looking into these results, I gotta say, it looks pretty true.
Yeah, it's a step up. I mean, they've been consistent on that one. They played the map, and they play it very, very well. It's key to have one of those maps that's the fallback one that you're very comfortable with and that you can continue to play and do well on that one.
Yeah, a lot of teams looking to be stepping up in terms of the games. It's down to the final 2, so not too many points up for grabs if you want to make yourself one of the 4 teams that goes into the grand finals. Now is the time.
Okay, we've seen 4 matches thus far. Has there been a team that you were like, I had high expectations for, but unfortunately they didn't really step up so far? I mean, they haven't matched your level of expectations.
Well, I gotta say, I think Todak is one of those teams that has really decent mechanics in terms of firefight, but when it comes down to trying to finish those duels, trying to finish the skirmishers, and taking away the team from the map itself, they seem to struggle. I think there's a little bit of hesitancy when it comes to getting the job done. So I'm rooting for them, but at this moment, the chances are pretty slim.
Yeah, it's slim, and the thing is that Todak, they built their, legacy and their ticket into this Free Fire World Series based on kills. They haven't found that. They haven't found that momentum. Something that Ignis Esports has really found. You talked about the fact that they stepped up in Game 3. It was because of the fact that they got 1 kill, they killed a team, and all of a sudden they found the next team, and they moved on, right? It was one of those things that they build confidence, they had the momentum, and they're there, and they're vying for a spot in the top 4. They're very close, but Todak hasn't been that lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, probably luck being one of them, but then you gotta say, on the other side of the coin, teams at the top have been proving that consistency is key, right? They don't really rely on luck, they rotate really quickly, and they play comfortably according to playstyle. And I feel like at this point, teams at the bottom, they're trying to change things up too much. So much so that they are not comfortable in their own skin.
Yeah, it's really weird, right? Like, I think some of those teams, like, on the bottom of that Fuego, the Todocs, these teams, we expected more out of them. We thought that they were very aggressive, but playing against these other teams, they're realizing, oh my gosh, I got caught flat-footed. I got punched in the face. It's just like, I haven't been able to react. I haven't been able to respond to something like that, right? And they haven't been playing well. You can see that they're not really comfortable. The team needs to gel, right? I think some of the other teams that you're seeing that are playing well together, they're really hyped up and they're just, pushing each other up. And that's something that you need to do even when you're losing. This is going to be one of those moments where they go back. What could we have done better, right? It's those things that you need to really step up, make sure that the team is kind of well-oiled machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're talking about a well-oiled machine. I think the teams at the top, all they have to do now is play slightly more passive, or if they don't want to change things too much, don't change what's broken, I think they will stick to it. It's been working well for them. I think it will serve them even better heading into the last two games. But that being said, however, what do you think are the odds for the bottom team? So let's touch a little bit on House of Blood. We haven't been covering them too much. They're coming in from Pakistan. They play very similarly to the MCP region, but they haven't seemed to be putting in a bit of a performance.
Yeah, I think that this is a team that it's just the whole international experience. They haven't really found that groove. They are kings of Pakistan, yes, and they've done quite well in that sense. And we're going to get into this one. It's going to be match 5. This is going to be Kalahari. But House of Blood have not found that, that groove. They've gotten a decent number of kills, and they're kind of on the bottom in that sense. They've got 22 points to their name, which isn't great, and they do have a chance. But hey, this is it. 2 more matches left.
And that could all change. Remember what I said. 49 is the magic number at this point to put yourselves into top 4. And I think looking at the bottom half, as long as you can get 1 Booyah with a respectable number of kills, that sets you up really well for the last game of the day. But enough about the points. Let's take a look at this map.
Yeah, this one's going to be huge. This is going to be the ultimate decider in the sense of, hey, where are we at? Again, if you're on the top team, yes. I mean, does it really matter if you're in the, first place or second place or third place at this point? Because all you want to do is make sure that you're in, so it's not that big of a deal. But at the same time, I'm hoping that the teams are still refining their strategies. I don't want them to change up their strategy, play passive and play possum and just kind of collect what they have. It's more of the fact that they play to their strength and they need to continue with that.
Absolutely agree with that. Well, here we go. Fuego, nothing much that we can recover more than the fact that we expected slightly more out of them. And starting right off the board, it's actually V Gaming. They took down 2 members of Todak, who unfortunately, once again, not the best start in Kalahari.
Yeah, Afiq just kind of got caught flat-footed. He was by himself, thought he was safe, but V Gaming made him pay. And unfortunately, that's going to be the case. But he's going to be revived, and Afiq's going to be like, yo, my bad. I'm here. Everything's good. Just don't worry. I won't make that mistake again. But we're going to have to see Todak, not the best start, but hey, we have the res machine, so to speak, and you're back into full strength.
Yeah, all around, attack all around, finding themselves in a little bit of an uncomfortable situation, but they did manage to get a kill there. I think V Gaming was slightly unfortunate. Van Tan was kind of cut out of rotation there. But like you said, the revival mechanic should bring him back in quite a bit of a jiffy.
It's one of those things where you go for the shot, and it kind of gives away your position, right? Yeah. People hear that, and they're hearing gunshots, or it's a popcorn machine, or whatever it is, but it attracts everybody. Everybody wants to go there.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, I'm hungry. I could use some popcorn. I mean, look at how close this is. It's so entertaining. Don't you want some popcorn?
Oh, definitely. Not only popcorn, but butter on it as well. But speaking of butter, let's butter things up, right? You got Todak here. We talked about the lackluster performance, but they're pretty close, and they are against a team that I would say they stand a chance after. I felt like in the first few games, they were constantly running to LGDS, and it was kind of like an old married couple situation. They'd be bickering and fighting, and it was kind of like a hot and cold situation. Unfortunately for Todak, that didn't really work out for them.
Okay, I did not know they were an old married couple. That would caught me off guard. I thought these guys were just, enemies in that sense. But hey, I see it now. I know where you're going with that. I like it.
It's a love-hate relationship. It's complicated.
Definitely, I see it. Okay, all right. There's definitely some infighting exciting in that sense, but it's one of those things where, hey, if you're going to go for this, I mean, do you want to be bickering or do you want to just kind of maybe get a couple kills in the meantime?
Yeah, I gotta agree with it. I gotta agree with it. All right, V-Gaming here, taking it slow, but Fuego, wow, now they're getting the kills. In fact, it's against Vivo Kate. Who would have expected this? And now, if Fuego wants those points, now is the time. They managed to take 2 members off of Vivo Kate, and Vivo Kate, they're feeling the hit. Fuego caught on the tail, and Nando goes down, and now it's all down to General, the star player of the team, who hasn't been really showing up in the confirmed matches, but if he wants to show up, now is the time.
Yeah, that's a perfect start, especially on Vivo Kate. Yes, there is still one member surviving, and they can maybe look to res them up, but Fuego, that's what you need. This is the confidence booster. Make sure you get those small kills. It's the small wins, making sure that your team has a chance. You can't think about the big picture. You can't think of the fact that, hey, you're on the bottom. Unfortunately, that is the reality, but it's one of those things where you got to look at it as a clean slate. You just got to go up from here.
All-Stars Gaming going to be finding themselves slightly lonely, should I put it that way. Not too many people around the maze, and a lot of people have already been rotating out of it, primarily Todak, and now we're going to see them take it a little bit slow. You know, Kalahari is quite a bit of a big map, you know, plenty of time to just rotate around. And I think the circle, you know, 80% of the map, I would say, give or take. So, a lot of leeway for slow rotations.
Yeah, very slow. And that's going to be, I mean, it makes for some fun times, especially when that last circle is happening. There's so much open space. I mean, you talked about the lack of cover. This is definitely an issue that could potentially be there. So, I love the fact that Echo Esports are sticking together. If anyone gets picked off, they have the other guy just kind of backing each other up. They have that support, but they are on the low ground. That is a little disconcerting right now, especially since the fact that this is, you know, a very high, you know, there's tons of elevation, so to speak. High ground is king.
Honestly, I haven't found too many teams that have been camping the revival point, because I feel like that's one of the strategies that you can capitalize on, right? Especially if you're a team like Fuego, you know you take them out 3 members on the side of Vivo Kate. If you were camping one of the closest revival points, that could have just secured them, you know, a 4th kill.
Or Fuego is 200 IQing it and being like, hey, I'm going to get those 3 kills, let them revive and get more kills so I can get more points and give myself a chance back into this game.
Well, you got to keep them guessing, I guess. You know, it's 2022. You got to stay unpredictable. And, well, we'll see how that plays out. But Fuego now starting to make their way into the route point, like we mentioned. And House of Blood, well, they're down to 2 members as well. So General, despite being able to revive his teammates, he himself could find himself plenty of action.
Yes.
If I'll put it that way.
I mean, you need the action. You need to figure something out. You got to get something. And look at General on the run. He's got his entire team back up, and they're, you know, this is not where you want to be, and that's a huge win for Vivo Kate. I thought it was going to be a problem for them, but hey, with that last member alive, you're still fine. Now Fuego need to figure something out. House of Blood, on the other hand, have kind of found Fuego. I don't know if they really want to go for this.
And All-Stars Esports, well, they're coming in hot and really quickly as well. And now we talked about Modesta. He's doing pretty decently, but now 3 members being revived, but 2 instantly down. How unfortunate, but here comes the rest of All-Stars Esports. We talked about them coming hot, and House of Blood just gets completely ripped apart, but there is Hood Tahar still alive. He's trying to fight it out, but unfortunately he got taken in a second, and that brings it down to the last remaining member in Venom. He's trying to buy things out of the glue walls, trying to play a bit of time off Mun, playing it safe. He's just trying to make sure that he revives himself up. Does he know it's a 1v1 though?
Doesn't really have much of a chance, and it looks like he just wants to get out of dodge. He's going to just drive. He does get shot. He took a little bit damage, but he's going to be fine. He's just going to look for the res, play for the late game, get yourself back into it. But Fuego with 7 kills? What is this, Fuego? Why haven't we seen this in the first 4 matches?
I think they're behind you strats, all right? I'm just going to give them benefit of the doubt. It's all behind you.
You want to hide? Yeah. You want to hide strats at this stage? This is the play-ins. You don't have any time. You're on the bottom, sir. You must get in the top 4. This is the only way you're going to get in the finals.
You talked about farming LGDS for kills, and they've done it again. Now all the kills coming in from there. And now Afik, unfortunately, will be the last man standing for Todak, or should I say last man to join his team in the next lobby, as we're down to 9 teams. Todak, once again, the first team to be out in Kalahari.
Sad, sad times. I mean, we had expectations. We thought they were going to step up, but unfortunately, it was one of those things where they lost a member early. You get your arm cut off, so to speak, and you're looking to fight. Very difficult to do against an even man squad. They had a tough time. But Echo Esports, playing very patiently. They're looking for the late game. Vivocade had done this last game where they were playing safe, just clean up what was coming. You know, once the teams scuffle and then they have, the damage guys, they can just go in and clean up. Echo seems to be doing that. They don't really have to rush anything. They understand that they're probably in top 4 right now as long as they're playing it safe. They're looking for placement points, not kills.
Yeah, well, and LGDS, no one's cutting them a break. Every single time they bring a member back, they're constantly getting hunted. So that's likely the best start, but well, can't say the same for Fuego, who's been doing spectacularly well in the opening stages of Kalahari V2.
I feel like you're jinxing them. I mean, they've got 8 kills to their name, but I want to see Fuego do this. I want to see the miracle run. I mean, if they get so many kills, but it looks like they're going to continue to fight. They did get General again. They did look to just trade at this point, but Fuego still pretty strong, and Vivocade has only one last member.
Ares here coming in to support the rest of his team as they find themselves a new contender. And it's going to be none other than Ignis Esports, who have been burning it up in this competition thus far. They are 1 point behind 4th place V-Gaming, and I'm pretty sure they know that the rest of the teams are breathing down their necks.
Yeah, they're kind of in position, but look at Ignis Esports. Look at the placement. They're all sticking together. Jason took a little bit of damage there, but they're sticking, side by side, almost holding hands. Fuego, on the other hand, are looking to be aggressive. They're continuing to go on. Look at that kill board. Fuego in 2 on top. Haxino in 3rd place, second place with 3 kills as well. Both of those guys really stepping it up, but they've got 9 kills and they want more. They want Ignis Esports, who are kind of flat-footed at this point, and it looks like they're going to retreat at this stage.
And they're just having it up. And I think they know that they need the points, like you said, and Ignis, they're feeling the hit. Fuego isn't letting them escape at all. The moment they make a run for it, Fuego just goes, go, 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 let's just shoot right onto them. And they're getting all these taps in, which is hurting Ignis, but they finally find themselves a bit of a small pocket of space to get away.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to fight it. It's one of those things where when a team finds that groove, it's scary. You're hoping that another team will kind of get in the way and just skirmish with them so that maybe you can third-party them. You give yourselves a chance, but it's one of those things where you don't really want to mess with them. But G18 fighting in the clock tower, he's going to just dump to his death right there. But I guess that's the way to go. Sometimes you just got to end it at that stage.
And LGDS, well, they just can't seem to go down without a fight. They're constantly reviving all across the map, but now they're down to final 3. They found themselves 3 kills in process. On fire as he gets off man.
Oh, that shot!
Make it another kill! Oh my goodness!
Wow, LGDS. They've been sniping from this high, and they knocked him out of the vehicle and then killed him with the next single shot. LGDS, this is perfect. They're playing safe. They're just changing it up. They were aggressive earlier today, but now they've kind of played it. They're looking for placement points, make sure that they have a chance. But Fuego, they're continuing to move on. They're going to look and just run into Echo Esports. They got to be careful with how they proceed here.
And on the other side of the map, we do see a little bit of a friendly queue there. No biggie, just a bit of a bickering.
But it happens.
Here comes Fuego coming in hot with 9 kills on the board, but that's not the push that they wanted. 2 members already down on the ground. It's Echo Esports biting back, not willing to relent. And I think Haxino knows that he can't get his teammate there. It's better to just play safe. Yes, you've gotten the points early into the game, but you can't afford to bow this early.
Ignis Esports got knocked out 9th. This is massive for them. They were on the outside looking in. They were 5th place at this stage. They really needed to have done well. Now it's going to put more pressure as they go in. But Haxino, last member surviving of Fuego. Clever is knocked down. Might be difficult to do, but Haxino's looking to just fight this one, and he gets knocked down. And it looks like he's going to be killed. Echo will clean that one. Fuego is down in 7th. That might not be enough, especially with the placement points, but Echo Esports on cleanup crew, they've got 5 kills.
Echo Esports have been playing this really silently, but well, on the other side of the map, V-Gaming, what was that? I tell you, V-Gaming is like the dark horse. They disappear every now and then, but they always remind you that they are around.
They are very strong. This is a team that nobody really, they underestimate them. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're going to go against, the attack all around. You're going to go against the Vivocade, but where did this V-Gaming team come out of? Like, you need to really make sure that, hey, you figure out where this team is, because when they draw a beat on you, they are killing you. They're eliminating you from this game. They're going to have a great time, but Dead God, just being quiet, playing a little bit of hide and seek, making sure that he's alive, just trying to look for those placement points. Every team that gets eliminated at this point is huge for Vivocade. They don't need to pressure anything because of the fact that they're doing so well in terms of the points, but if you can get any of those cheeky placement points, it's going to be key for them.
Yeah, well, obviously the fact that the kill feed is kind of hidden from the players themselves, so they have absolutely no idea that VivoK only has one remaining member standing. Now, attack all around, putting themselves in a very comfortable spot. Like we said, you know, they're consistent. They don't switch up their plays too much, so it's kind of expected out of them. And Echo Esports, on the other hand, completely different play style. Very aggressive, pushes in for the kills. They're looking comfortable as well, but now here comes the Titans of the tree at the top of the table.
Oh, nice shot. Dark Love just getting the knock onto Roro, and he's making sure that none of them actually leave that building. They're going to pick each other up. LGDS is just going to have to regroup, but V Gaming in a prime position. This is actually key for them. They've got 7 kills, great positioning, and yes, there's 5 teams left, but they're on fire. They're really making sure that they're in the central location. That's perfectly where you want to be.
And a lot of crossroads in between as well. Well, if VivoK had a full team, they would be happy here. But on the other side of the hand, LGDS, they've been getting all these headshots through who's looking to be a key sniper of the team. He's been getting all these headshots, he's been securing kills, and he's got 3 on the board. But Roro and cut them no slack. They've got 2 of their own.
Oh, LGDS, again, I think they were 6th place. They really need a good game here. They've got 7 kills, great. Talk about placement points. Let's look to see what we can do. Attack all around, full strength. V Gaming, full strength. Both of those teams are killers. Got to be careful with how you proceed on this one as the next storm is starting to come in. But look at, hey, V Gaming, when you've got 3 members up, it's going to pick up the 4th right here, and it looks like they're going to go in for this next circle.
Yeah, I like this positioning coming from V Gaming. They have the high ground, they're in circle, they don't really have to push, and not only that, they have a good vantage point, which means if, you know, the teams in the bottom do go in for the kill, it's a free firing ground for V Gaming.
Oh my gosh, Dutch with that nice grenade. This guy is an absolute monster. He had so many kills. The MVP of his team. LGDS eliminated 4th. That grenade was completely on point. 3 teams left. Dutz gets the triple kill, and that's why this guy is a monster.
Yeah, he's like, I want that hut, right? Not any of that hut, just the one that LGDS in kicks them out of a grenade, and well, it's mine now.
Yeah, and look at this. Echo Esports, 1st and 3rd in terms of the kills with 4 and 3. They've kind of tied up with Fuego, who had a hot start, but they're alive. They've got 9 kills. They've got way more placement points, and they're in a circle. This is amazing positioning by them. They're in the building. Everybody needs to come towards them. Attack all around are on the edge as well, so it's going to be very close into this final circle.
Yeah, well, these 3 teams, they're just selfish, right? They're in the top 4, but they don't want to share with anyone else. They're like, we'll dominate.
Why? No, this is a statement game, right? This is experience. It doesn't matter where you are at the end of the day because, yeah, you want to do as well as possible. This will build a lot of confidence. If you're the 1st or 2nd team, it's going to be one of those moments where, hey, I deserve this spot in the play-ins. I deserve to be here.
Yeah, and Hoysung now coming in. Kokoro pushing it in. Echo getting done upon by V Gaming. What if they got themselves into? That's not the fight that they want, and they're getting knocked down 1 by 1. Big Su and Vantem being the last 2 members alive, and the zone is just pushing right behind them. The storm is starting to hurt, and now Echo is stepping it up and attack all around. They have been quiet, they have been silent, but here comes the monsters are holding the ground. They are cleaning it up. Kororo just managing to get some shots through the windows. He's going to climb in really quickly. They secure the kill right there, and it's all down to a 4v4. But Echo, they have 2 members down. Kiba trying to buy some time, but he's spotted out by the last member, and that's going to be Hoysung at the top as well. Attack all around. They get their first booyah of the day.
That was actually amazing, right? Attack all around was actually very patient. They let V Gaming and Echo Esports go at it, and they ended up just doing the 3rd party, and they cleaned it up. That's actually textbook in terms of what you want to do. You don't want to overcommit. They let the other teams play it around, but a huge booyah. Game 5 win for Attack all around. Hoysung, JLX, Kororo, and Volky right there, just really stepping up and proving why Thailand is a formidable opponent.
Yeah, a little bit fortunate for Echo Esports. Let's take a look at the highlights to see how they achieved that.
Attack all around with that match 5 win. They get the booyah, they third party, they do everything right. They get so many kills as well. Very well played by Attack all around.
Yeah, I think that was as tactical as it got in the final circle, and Attack all around had the perfect formula for them to actually pick up that booyah. They were playing it slow, you know, as true to their strategy, and they got a little bit of luck on their end as well, right? The Storm was pushing in onto places where they had the hut around them, and that's the thing about Attack all around, right? It's so hard to challenge them for ground. Doesn't matter whether it's a high ground or a low ground, as long as they have a structure around them, they look formidable.
Yeah. And this is a scary team. Thailand is a region, again, nobody really wants to play against them. They have the previous final FF World Series winner in that, that league, so they understand exactly what top tier play is. This is a team that's going to continue to get better, and this is not something that other teams want to see, as they are probably going to punch their ticket into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking really strong going into the very last game. I gotta say, Ignis was slightly unfortunate that they had a fantastic start, but then unfortunately they got just gate-kept the heck out of the final thing. But let's take a look at the game standings after, or at least for game 5, right? Attack all around, nothing too surprising there. Obviously taking the booyah, but taking away 22 points along with 10 kills.
Yeah, look at Echo Esports though, with 12 kills. They were in second place, they got 21. They're neck and neck. V Gaming, again, very consistent by them with 7 kills, and they get 15 points. LGDS, I thought they stepped up pretty huge on this one, 14 points. And Fuego, we were wanting this the entire tournament, and it looks like they've, they've risen to the top, at least in terms of game 5. They've kind of got themselves a decent amount of kills with 9, House of Blood with 7, All-Star Esports with 6, Vivo Keyed, they got knocked out a little bit early with 6, Ignis Esports with only 2, and Todak with just 1 point.
Yeah, this is looking to be a bit dicey, because coming right up next is going to be the last map. So I'm pretty sure that all of you must be wondering, how does these standings stand now? Or how does it look right now? And here it is, Attack all around with that booyah, punches their way all the way to the top with a total of 76 points. Echo Esports not too far away, in fact just 2 points behind them. In second place, Vivo Kate, they find themselves getting knocked from the top of the table, but not too far down with 66 points.
Wow, this is actually really, really close. I thought Vivo Kate was going to have a shoe in, but the fact that they're 66 points, they are kind of vulnerable to LGDS and Ignis, who might surpass them in this game. This is not something that they can go easy with. They need to continue to put the pressure on, because they could potentially fall out of the top 4. It's too close for comfort right now. They really need to ensure that they play this one. They can't have another game like they did last time, because again, V Gaming, LGDS, they got their points. They're breathing down their necks, so to speak. Nobody wants to be that 5th place team, because that's, of course, the first loser in all of this.
Yeah, Ignis Esports, like I said, I think the fact that they did manage to do so well in the early game, but unfortunately didn't manage to get too many kills, that kind of affected them a bit. But who didn't get affected? It's going to be none other than Kororo from Attack all around, getting 5 kills for himself in map number 5 of Kalahari.
Yeah, okay, Kororo, how many times have we seen this guy win the MVP? This guy is completely on point. He is so consistent with Attack all around. If this team does well, it's because of this guy. He gets all of the kills. He ensures that he literally puts the team on his back, and he's got it. But let's go see in terms of the leaders that's going on for that one.
And here we have it, the top 3 kill leaders in game number 5. Obviously, we saw Kororo heading the leaderboards with 5 kills. That's not too far behind with 4, tying it with Into by Fuego with 4 kills of his own.
Yeah, that was actually huge by them. We really wanted that, and Into, that's going to be a huge confidence boost. Just play it out, be strong. You can play spoiler to the other teams. If they knock out one of the top 4 teams who might not make it because of that, it could be a huge for them. But hey, let's check out what's going on in terms of the players. What's key in terms of the key players here?
Well, obviously, that's it with the 3 grenade kills that we saw. Fantastic grenade. This guy has been that grenade thrower, and you gotta keep a lookout for him, because even if they don't secure the 4th kill, the fact that he gets a knockdown on 3 players with a single grenade, that's still kind of sick.
Yeah, that's actually beautiful, right? Just getting that, the wrist shot, the wrist on that Kobe shot, that was just amazing by Duds.
Look at him, he's just showing his wrist muscles there.
Yeah, I mean, he's throwing it with that right arm that he's showing, obviously, with those muscles, so to speak. But Volky here, He gets 5 glue walls destroyed, just kind of barreling through, making sure that he, is drawing lines of sight for his team to get some shots in. Vanthad gets the glue wall used 14, very key for them, and that's keeping themselves alive. But off main, with just 1 vehicle kill, this is an interesting stat because we did see this one where he just ends up getting that kill on that vehicle, which is actually an interesting stat to just kind of keep track of.
This could have been the first vehicle kill that we have seen and today. And like you said, it's a very interesting stat. Nothing that really, it doesn't really shout in your face, but it's just one of those Tibet's moments for us customers.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really see it all the time, but it's like, okay, yeah, we'll track these things. I mean, you're going to track every single kill that they have. I think he would rather have a kill on a player instead of the vehicle, but it's just one of those funny things that we have in Free Fire. We track everything.
Yeah, you want to get yourselves, some kind of recognition. So, kind of fair play to Offman. He did manage to get the first vehicle kill. But moving on to the nitty-gritty of things, right? We saw how well, I would say, some of the teams did in the early game, but did Virgo do enough to give themselves a fighting chance?
Yeah, this is the pressure cooker. We're into it. It's going to be match 6, now or never. Do you want it? Do you want to be playing in the finals? Or do you want to go home?
I want it.
Okay, I thought you were going to say, I want to go home. I was like, wait, what? Like that, you're like putting your hand up like that. That kind of threw me off. But hey, it's going to be great. I love the fact that he's going to, we're going to have to see what's going to happen in terms of match 6. That's going to be coming up. So many teams are vulnerable. But first, let's take a little bit of a break.
Jogo não dava futuro. Tipo, minha mãe sempre falou que jogar não dava futuro.
Dolorido por ali, olha o Cias. Granador novamente para o
E eu consegui provar o contrário pra ela.
Muito bem jogado nesse instante.
Teve um certo dia que eu tive uma conversa com ela e falei pra ela, eu vou querer seguir uma carreira profissional de jogo e a senhora sabe que eu sempre gostei de jogo e esse é meu sonho. Eu nunca me imaginei estar onde eu tô hoje. Eu vim de cidade muito pequena. Minha cidade tinha o quê? 20 mil habitantes. E ano passado, eu tomei uma decisão muito difícil, porque eu saí da minha casa, que eu moro no Ceará. Eu vim aqui para São Paulo para seguir minha vida como profissional, mas foi algo foi uma mudança muito radical para mim. E uma pessoa que, realmente me ajudou foi o K9. Eu considero um pai para mim. Foi ele que me deu minha primeira oportunidade. Sem ele, não teria ganhado nada disso. Tantas coisas aconteceram nessa temporada, nesse ano. Olha os prêmios que eu ganhei. Vou fazer uma recapitulada.
Mais um colocado no chão.
LBFF 4, fui campeão. LBFF 5, eu fui MVP. Fui o brabo da galera. Que eu fui atleta revelação da maior premiação brasileira daqui do Esports. Quando eu fui pra casa, depois do Mundial, eu fiz uma pausa e me deitei pra descansar. Eu acho que olhei pra minha casa assim, olhei pra minha rua, ouvi meus amigos passando e comecei a lembrar de tudo.
Ladies and gentlemen, from all around the world, welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2022 Sentosa, brought to you by none other than Garena. My name's Aris. Once again, I'm Mr. Holler. Did I pronounce it right this time around?
You did. My name is Holler. It's okay. You know, I think my own mom calls me the wrong name as well. But nonetheless, I'm here and we are happy. You know, this is going to be match 6.
The final one of the day.
Which one is going to get in? It's going to only be top 4 that move on into the finals, which is going to be played next week. But hey, I think at this stage, it's kind of up in flux. I don't know who's really going to make it.
Yeah, it was a really tight call in match number 5. And after match number 5, I gotta say there's a little bit slight more distance between 4th and 5th place with V Gaming and LGDS respectively at 64 and then suddenly dropping to 57 points.
It's so close,
yeah.
Right? And it's funny that Vivocade is in 3rd place right now. They have 2 Booyahs in this league or this tournament today. But the thing is that actually they might lose out if they play poorly. They didn't have a great game, match 5. That's very worrying. They need to ensure that they step up. I expected them to get in and to be a shoo-in, but like everything in Free Fire, nothing is a shoo-in.
Yeah, well, it could have been the Costless curse, right? I'll take that one. I'll take the forfeit. So I'm sorry to all the Brazilian fans out there. I promise I won't mention their name if I can help it, okay? I'm just so excited.
It's on him.
I'm just so excited, okay? I'll take that one.
Okay, excited and all that stuff, but you know, so many teams have stepped up, right? I think that this has been, you know, a great day, and it's, you know, it's just one of those things where it's a step up. You get the experience. You're playing internationally. This is one of those moments where you're going to also take that experience into next week. A lot of those other teams, I see them on Instagram and, you know, the stories, and they're actually doing this live. They're paying attention to the other teams. Who is going to be that underdog, that dark horse that might scare them in next week's finals?
Yeah, I gotta, well, for all the teams out there, all the best for the last match. But before that, for all the viewers at home, do remember that starting off from the 16th of May, you do get a chance to take part in FFWS yourself. Yes, it's the pick and win event. Do remember to log in on starting from 16th May all the way to 21st May to vote for your team and who you think is going to be the grand champion of FFWS 2022.
And not only do you, if you're right, you're going to get some in-game items, which is actually key, right? That's the biggest thing. Can you out-predict us? I mean, you could definitely out-predict Aris, but myself, I don't think so. I want to go after you because I don't think that's going to happen. I think I'm going to be right. I'm going to hold that one in because of the fact that a lot of these other teams might steal my pick. I want to be that lone guy that wins all of the prizes.
Well, there is prizes up for grabs, and what's up for grabs is also the top 4 spots from the Plains who will be making it to the grand finals, and joining them will be all these other big boys from the leagues who have qualified from the top and gotten the direct seat into next week's games.
Okay, unfortunately, 6 of the teams are going to go home today, but they're going to go home with about 40,000 to 50,000 USD, which is no small change for them. So no tears will be shed for those teams, right? I think it's going to be great for them to see them even moving forward because they made it here to play-ins. Huge props to them for getting themselves into this position where they have that chance. They got a chance to play in Sentosa, get that international experience, see how it really is. Now, what are you going to do from that as you move forward? They're going to have plenty more tournaments coming up. I know the regionals are going to be there. We're going to see exactly how those teams really take that experience and they take it to the next level again.
Absolutely, I can't wait. But more importantly, let's take a look at the final map of the day. It is Purgatory as we head into it for the second time of today's games. Here we go.
Final match of today. This is going to be it. Let's look at the scoreboard. Attack all around with 76, Echo Esports with 74, but hot on the heels, Vivocade 66, V Gaming with 64. Now, a little bit of a jump. LGDS with 7 points behind V Gaming. Ignis Esports is 7 points behind LGDS, but I think both of these teams, if they have a monster game, I'm talking kills, placement points, hopefully that booyah, they might springboard themselves into that top 4, which they must have to get to that finals.
Absolutely. As you can see the standings on the right side. Oh, ooh la la, that's so close. And I gotta say, I think all around looking really comfortable at the top. Echo Esports alongside with them as well with 74 points of their own. The rest of the teams, anyone? Any takers up for grabs?
Yeah, you gotta be close. This is the one where, okay, if you're in the position of an Ignis Esports, how do you play this one in this game?
I think you go all out.
You go all out?
You go all out.
But you're going to play a little risky. But as I say that, Ames is looking to just kind of get into a skirmish already. He's going to run into the building, keep himself alive. Clever has already been knocked out. Pydro, pretty big win for them. They don't want to be on the bottom. They're making sure that they do get at least some kills. But Afik looking to just fight in. He's got the time turner, keeping himself alive. They're going to run into the building, slow things down, my friend.
Yeah, well, he's not the gun to slow things down. He wants to secure the kill there. That's 2 kills on board for them, courtesy of Virgo. And then there could be more up for grabs as Pydro just gonna get a little bit of cover behind. You know, Time Turner is gonna buy him a little bit more time. No pun intended. Spark coming in to support the same. Ignis has knocked down, and that's Virgo getting taken out.
Oh my god.
Very quickly.
It's so close. I mean, so many of them are just fighting already, but Todak already has 4 kills to the name. Great start for them. This is something that we wanted to see for them, but Ames is down. This is, you know, at what cost did that 4 kills happen? You lost a member. You're going to have to look to revive him, but you got to play safe. You're damaged. You're hurt. You make sure that you're alive. Give yourself a chance for that late game.
I think it would be a bittersweet story for Todak if they do manage to get at least 1 booyah.
That would be crazy. No, I think that it's, you know, it's going to be a huge win for them, right? I think that Todak hasn't really found that groove all day today. It's been one of those things where they kind of get picked off, but look if we're looking into it, LGDS are right around the corner. I don't know if they're unlucky at this stage.
Well, LGDS, they wouldn't mind that, and Padro's going to be, might have just gotten the kill there. But he's pretty low himself, and the rest of Todak, well, they're not letting it go. Roro gets the knockdown onto Pydro, coming into backup, and Sparks in a little bit of a tight spot. Shotgun to the face, and Todak, once again, running straight into LGDS.
Look, I thought I was safe. I run into my home. I'm running in, and you shotgun me in the face? Come on, buddy. Like, this is a little disrespectful. Just be like, hey, welcome to my house, and then maybe you shoot him, but no warning at all.
Well, like I said, it's complicated. You wouldn't get it, okay? You wouldn't get it.
All right, but look at here, HOB, they need some kills as well. They get a nice start. They end up killing Remind there, at least with a knock here. But, you know, All-Star Esports, a little bit of a skirmish here. Kai is down as well. He's starting to bleed out, and it looks like he's going to be picked up. Jordy is right around the corner. G18 is around. He's actually going to play it safe. He's going to give, you know, HOB a time to res here, and Kai goes right into the window. They go and storm in like a SWAT team. G18 thought he was fine. He gets knocked in, and HOB will clean off that one up. Kai will secure that kill.
We're starting to see teams on the lower half of the table start to play very aggressively because they know they need those points. And precisely because of that, they are going on a rampage and they're just tearing each other up. And well, that just means even better for the top of the teams because they're just getting free positioning points.
Yeah, what do we have to lose? We have to just go. This is the time. But All-Star Esports down to their last member. Off-main right there. With the last game, he got a vehicle kill. He probably wants a little bit more than that because, you know, those vehicle kills don't actually get you points here. But B Gaming, on the other hand, on the high ground, they find Vivo Keyed. He's looking to just draw a beat on the General who runs under that cliff. He should be fine for now. Vantal can't draw a beat on him.
Yeah, V Gaming, they have to be very careful about how they play. They are in 4th place, but if they get taken out too early, LGDS and Ignis Esports, they both have the chance to just crip him and snatch that 4th place away.
They're fine for now, but Dead God, okay. Kai here, he's going to be in his motorcycle, and yeah, this is, you know, it's always awkward when you're in, you know, with your buddy, you know, on a motorcycle. He's like hugging you.
They can make each other warm.
Okay,
right?
They're keeping each other warm. Okay, okay. But it's Sentosa. It's Singapore. It's very hot. I don't know if this is something that you want to do, but HOB is found Othmane. Othmane's like, no, don't find me going to the top. He tries to jump up. Othmane somehow still alive. He sees them. He's just looking to just draw a beat on somebody, but Othmane, he does get the kill on He gets the knock. He's survived. He's knocked down both of them. Othmane with the clutch play, keeping his team alive. All-Star Esports, he'll clean up those 2 kills. He'll even kill the glue walls in return, but Othmane says, thank you, and I will take both of those kills.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to this guy. Every single time, you know, the odds are against his favor, he can turn the table around. When you talk about the vehicle kill, well, this time around, it isn't exactly the vehicle kill, but the vehicle brought him 2 free ones. The right on his doorstep.
Yeah, that was actually really well played, though. I mean, the glue walls, just how it was up. He jumped over. He got that shot in. And, I mean, it was so close quarters that it was the other team kind of like, hey, if you've got 2 members, maybe you should back up. Don't just rush in without understanding how to just take this one down. Maybe if they focused, they backed up, took down that glue wall, they would have had a better chance at taking down Othmane. But Othmane made their, you know, mistakes pay, so to speak.
Othmane here after getting hot kills with two of them. In fact, he's facing his up against a member of House of Blood. Danny on the other side as well. Venom. I think they're playing it slow. They really want to ride this Storm up as long as they can. I think they're just going for positioning points at this point.
Yeah, it's the first Storm. Nobody really cares. It's just like a mosquito. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, you're damaged a little bit. But at the end of the day, you're going to be fine. You can actually heal through this one. And so they're playing it safe because they know that, you know, All-Star Esports, House of Blood, both of these guys very close to each other. Nobody wants to make that first move.
Yeah, the afterburner effect is coming in right now, right? I think they switched it up. We didn't really see too many teams play like that in the first 5 games, but because they know that this is the very last game of the day, I think that they're putting 2 members into the circle and the other 2, we're just going to ride it out. Let's just try to get positioning points, and if we can get lucky with a couple of kills, we'll take that.
Yeah, but look at G18. Othmane has been like, yo, I'm pinched. I can't move here. Othmane is by himself against 2 members of HOB right there with Danny and Hudeng just kind of making sure that he can't move anywhere. G18 is coming to the rescue. He's like Batman, Superman, whatever you want to say. He's going to come back and help his team. We're going to see if he can just kind of dig himself out of this one, especially since Othmane is stuck on that bridge. The balcony has no real chance to get out. But Remind is here. He's brought friends with G18 and they go storming in and they kill Danny.
They got to do it quick though, because yes, you know, you do have the afterburner effect, but you don't want to go in getting gatekeep by the rest of the teams that moved in earlier. So they got to play really smartly about this one.
Yeah, this is one where, hey, as a House of Blood, you know that they've got 2 members. You're kind of down to it. You're low on life at this stage. Maybe you look to just get into the circle, keep yourself alive. Maybe you get the vending machine so that you can kind of revive your teammates, give yourself a chance for that late game. This is not one of those moments where you want to risk it. It's one of those, you know, high risk, high reward kinds of plays. I don't think it's worth it. You look for those placement points.
Yeah, earlier on when we last saw the map as well as how the circle was closing in, LGDS was actually really close to Ignis. They were situated in between Fire Brigade and Lumber Mill, and I think that was, you know, that was what I thought could have been a key defining moment, but LGDS is going to make a break for it. You know, I think they know they still stand a chance, a very good chance of breaking into top 4. So they're just going to play a little bit quicker to move into the circle. But, you know, kind of reviving the drama here between All-Star Esports as well as House of Blood. Venom here getting a kill onto Remind, and, well, they found themselves onto the kill leaderboard.
G18, though, does get the knock as well, so he did get something in return. They've got 4 kills to their name. That's not that bad, but it's against House of Blood, and it looks like they've eliminated them 8th place. All-Star Esports, that was massive, especially since the fact that they had a bit of a rough start. They lost 3 members early. Othmane revived them, had that clutch, miraculous play. We're going to definitely see that on the highlight reel. That's going to be happening, but All-Star Esports back in it. They've got 5 kills to their name.
All-Star Esports, well, I really do feel like they could stand a chance if they could just get slightly more kills. And, well, I was kind of hoping Howell would hold me back and giving them a little bit too much hope, but well, he didn't. They get the point.
Okay,
right?
You got to give every team hope, man. You can't be so negative. You got to get, like, I think they have a chance. But speaking of teams that have a great chance, V Gaming right here, they've got 0 kills. They're like, hey, we're just going to look for placement points. We don't need to just risk anything. We know what position we're in. We just need to ensure that we're in the top 4, stay alive. We don't need to risk anything. We'll just stay in this watchtower here, see what, you know, maybe some teams will just walk into my bear trap and I'll just get, you know, free meals, so to speak.
Yeah, once again, let's take a look at the update of the circle. All-Stars, they do find themselves back into the zone, safe and sound, escaping from the storm. Every single team does have a decent amount of space in between each other. However, that being said, I do like where Vivocade are. They have a couple of containers for them at the south side of Forge, and I don't think, you know, Ignis will want to push against them just because they want more points from positioning compared to being knocked out early.
Yeah, okay. Vivocade, I thought that there were, you know, maybe their games were frozen at one point because they have not moved throughout this entire game. They've been playing, you know, sticking it down. They've been bunkering down. They just know that they need to survive, right? They're in 3rd place right now. They are technically at risk. So the fact is they need to just make sure that they stay alive. They stay 4 strong.
If we don't move, no one would know. Okay. How would they know?
Okay, the other teams are not dinosaurs. Okay? You know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't matter if you move or don't move. Right? They can see you. They're going to see what's happening, right? It's not a long-term strategy that they need to be playing. They need to ensure that they get a decent number of kills, but with 7 teams out there, placement points are still up in the air.
That's right. Echo Esports now starting to make their move from the northern side. They've been staying pretty silent. In fact, completely silent throughout, but they're going to break that silence right now for at least for attack all around, with LGDS knocking on their door at southern end of campsite. And I gotta say, the odds don't look good for LGDS, and they know that themselves. They're making a break for it. They're like, we don't want any of this.
Yeah. And Hoysang got boosted up on the roof there. He realizes that this is actually a bad spot. LGDS is like, okay, we need to get out of here. We need to just stay alive as well, and they're going to be fine here hiding behind. But Ignis, oh my gosh, I can't say this. Ignis Esports, they're sticking around. They do see that they're nearby. LGDS, they're getting some shots here. They're taking some damage. Yuan is taking a decent amount right here. But this is one of those things where, do we want to continue this fight? And it looks like Ignis Esports are looking to be the aggressors.
Yeah, Time Turner's gonna give them extra shield. You want to keep your glue reserves up for the final circle, but unfortunately, they're getting shots all around, and now Ignis, they're going in for it. They really want to get those kills. The grenade thrown onto the side, blocked by the Time Turner, but he has more than enough grenades to kind of break those glue walls, and now Carlos, he's catching him right behind. They don't spot him. They got him from the back, and now it's down to the final two members. Doing his best, but Carlos is just firing right back, and now it's down to a 3v1. Can he fight against the odds? Bruce is now knocked down, and can he run away or does he take the fight? He chooses to go right in, and now riding right behind him is just the last member of All-Star Esports. He's just gonna drive right by. He's like, I don't want any of this. You guys set it up between yourselves. I'm just gonna go by. And now is like, oh my goodness, you gotta pick me up for a ride. And now he's just trying to plant all those glue walls around, and Ignis, they're slowly bound after bound. And here they go. Ignis, they just knocked out LGDS.
That was actually massive. Carlos with the the incredible play. I don't know if it was a incredible play or LGDS just not covering their flanks, but that nice grenade knocked down Hoysang, and then Kiba is on point as well, and they're looking to just clean it up. They heard the shots, they know what's coming. Dutz is looking to just turn this one off. Time Turner, at least now, for keeping themselves alive. Folky's been knocked. This is something that you need to be careful about, but Kiba's looking around, cannot draw a bead. He finds him now, and attack all around has been eliminated. 6. This is massive. Echo Esports has completely taken them out. There are 5 teams left.
Well, just gotta go back to that moment. V Gaming, they got lucky, right? While Ignis and LGDS were battling out, you see one lonesome member just running into the background, into the sunset. It's like, nah, that's, you guys, it's not my business. I just want to revive my teammates. And now they are back as a 4-man strong team. Do they have the resources and what it takes to go up against Echo, who have been blazing it up in this map?
Yeah, but they're 4 strong. V Gaming is 4 strong as well. Oh, but that Time Turner. Okay, Dutz, he's deadly with his sniper. He hasn't been able to draw a B. That glue wall is doing a decent amount in terms of providing cover here, but Koja just shooting in as well. V Gaming playing a little bit safe. 5 teams left. This is very key. Are they going to get third party? Because it's going to be a bit of a stalemate with 4 teams there. There's a lot of cover, a lot of glue walls. It's going to be very difficult. That circle is closing. Other teams will hear this. They will know that they're coming. They need to ensure that they make the move. Dutch has been knocked down. Pretty massive for them. You don't want him killed. He's the MVP of that team. So Echo down right now. Pretty massive with only 3 players left.
Yeah, they're missing the right wrist of Dots right now, but they got the left wrist. And they're just playing it safe. They just don't really want anything to do with V Gaming. But V Gaming, they know they have to solidify a spot in the top 4, and they're gunning for points. Now with 4 men, the grenade comes in with Dark Nope. It's just going to blow up the glue wall. Ombak coming in from the side with the shotgun. Can he actually find an angle to take down Van Damme? I don't think he can. He's, in fact, giving more respect to the lane. They're putting Echo Esports under so much pressure.
Yeah, Ombak here has been about half-life. Kiba's been knocked down. He's been killed now, and 2 members left of Echo Esports. V Gaming have been strategic. They've been tactical. They made sure that they pay. And look at this. They just completely cleaned them up. V Gaming has been completely on point. Tina with a triple kill, completely cleaning it out. He's got 3 kills to his name, but V Gaming has lost nothing. This is massive for them. All-Star Esports gets sniped there. G18 has been killed, and Tina with a sniper gets the quad kill. Echo Esports been eliminated. 4 teams left.
Van Damme take it to the bank and cash it in. 4 kills on his own, and what seemed like it was all over for V Gaming, they are keeping the top 4 hopes alive, and now we are down to our final 4 teams, and at the corner, or should I say south of campsite, Ignis Esports is still standing, and this is super close. They need the points. They are just knocking on the doors of the grand finals.
The issue is there's not a whole lot of points left, right? Assuming that, they've got 12 players left, and they've got 4, I think, on their own team. So there's only 8 players that they could potentially get. Yes, the Booyah is going to be important, but I don't know if that's enough points. Vivocade, on the other hand, played, yes, they've got only 3 kills, and they're on the bottom in terms of the kill lead, but they're in placement. They're in the top 4 right now. They're doing it smart. This is exactly what you want to do as that team. Make sure that you just get the placement points, get the cheeky points, and then you just survive another day because you're in the top 3 already, so you're probably going to be playing in the finals.
Offman just holding his breath now, crossing his fingers. He's like, hopefully they don't find me. I just want displacement points. And now Kano coming in from the side. Oh, they spot out Vantam. He's trying to ride this one out, but unfortunately the play zone just gonna claim his life there.
Yeah, he's just going to deny points, which is kind of smart at this stage. I think that's the biggest one. But All-Star Esports been eliminated here. 3 teams left. Ignis Esports, VK as well. I mean, this is going to be very close to the final bout. I mean, everybody wants those points. They want to ensure that they're guaranteed a spot here, but Vivocade is looking to just fight this. Kano is just like looking to go for the flank, but that, you know, that time turner is creating a little bit of a problem. Vivocade, Modestia is looking to just flank around. I don't know if he can draw a bead. Kano hasn't been able to find it. He opens it up, the glue wall, but he gets knocked here. Eric is looking to just fight. Modestia does get the kill on him so far. Eric has been knocked down. General's been knocked as well, and this is turning into a bloodbath, and V Gaming has been eliminated, and there's 2 teams left.
It's all down to Ignis as well as Vivocade, and just as I say it, Ignis, they managed to get the booyah, and I'm pretty sure that would have punched their way down to top 4. Ignis Esports, what a game for them.
Oh, that was a must-win. They had to get that. They got all the kills that they wanted. Ignis Esports, you see the guy, he did the sign of the cross.
Look at that.
I mean, if anything, that was a miraculous play. That's what they needed to do, and this is what we see. Ignis Esports, they think they've done it. It's going to come down to it. Look at, he's praying at this point. Ignis Esports, I'm praying for you because I was impressed with that final one. That's exactly what you wanted to do. Ensure that you're in that Game 6 win, that booyah here. Eric, Jason, Seven, Kano, Carlos, all of those guys. It started with Carlos's flank. He was completely on point, took down LGDES, but it was just completely a different level. But let's first check out the highlights. Ignis Esports, they needed a monster game. There was 12 minutes left. They had 0 kills to their name. They needed to ensure that they get the kills, the placement points, and they got everything in spades. By the end, they got that booyah. They got a decent number of kills. It's going to be so close to see if they get it into the top 4.
Well, not only did they need a monster game, they needed to be transformed into monsters themselves, and so did they. Not only getting the booyah, but a monstrous amount of kills. And like you said, I too think that they made it in the top 4. That booyah was vital. I would say necessary.
Yeah, they had to have had that. They had to have had that game. This is the clutch moment, right? And this is what Free Fire is amazing, you know, for.
Oh, I love Free Fire.
You have that moment. It's just, how many points can I get to get into this one? All you need to do is top 4. It doesn't matter where you are in that top 4 placement. You just got to get a spot into the finals, and that's where the real money's at.
Well, forget all the soap operas I've been watching for the past few months. This is it. This is the story that Ignis Esports can tell. And let's take a look at what points did the teams manage to get in match number 6. And here it is, Ignis Esports. Not only did they get the booyah, they got 9 kills to their name as well, bringing it to a total of 21 points.
Oh, that was so massive. And Vivocade also got 16 points. I'm pretty sure they've stamped their way into the finals. V Gaming with 13. It's going to be close. I think that they're fine, but we're going to have to see. All-Star Esports with 12, Echo Esports with 10, LGDES with 8, Todak with 7, House of Blood with 7, as as well as Attack All Around. Fuego with 2. This is going to be so close. I cannot wait. The judges right now are tabulating points, figuring out who's going to make it, because this is massive. 4 teams out of the 10 are going to make their way into the finals. Who's going to make it?
I don't want to break anyone's hearts, and I don't want to give any spoilers, but it's going to be coming up right next, and I think I know. If my math is correct, I think I know who's going to be playing into the grand finals. But enough of suspense, enough of those hidden moments. Here we go. Here are your top 4 teams. Echo Esports, Attack All Around, Vivocade, and surprisingly, V Gaming.
They made it. They just did barely enough. We know we needed a miracle from Ignis Esports, but the thing was, yes, they got the booyah. Yes, they got a decent number of kills, but it was just too little too late at that point. They were not able to do it. Again, 12-minute part, you had 0 kills. You needed to be more aggressive. You knew what position you were in. You had a chance. Unfortunately, they're going to be the first loser out of this one, being in that 5th position.
And it all came down to that very final moment. The fact that V Gaming managed to sneak 1 player into the final circle, getting 2nd place. That was those vital points that they needed, and just because of that, they took that 4th spot. Boy.
I mean,
I told you every moment in the game would matter. It would count.
Everything, and look at this. Top 3 of those things, 84, 83, and 82 points. That's so close. But the MVP, Ignis Esports, Carlos, yeah, he had a decent number of kills. He almost single-handedly wiped out LGDES. Carlos was completely on point, gave his team a chance, but unfortunately only 6, had they tied, it would have come down to booyahs. It would have been even closer at that stage, but Carlos tried to do what he could. Ignis Esports, unfortunately, will be in that 5th position.
Yeah, either that or they had to have V Gaming knocked out early, but that is what's so beautiful about Free Fire. It's all these moments, all these key moments that we don't get to see behind the scenes. Well, let's take a look at the key leaders. Carlos, as you mentioned, got 5 kills, but right behind him is Modestia from Vivocade, and from V Gaming, Tanha with 4 kills of his own. Well, he's going to be happy. He's going to be celebrating with his team because they are going to be making it into the grand finals for next week's games.
Massive. Absolutely massive. Those 4 kills, considering the fact that there were 7 points on, huge. I think that, yeah, the kill leaders are there, but I think that those kill leaders were actually the key players, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit different here.
Definitely looks like we have a fresh batch of players for first time round. Jason and Carlos finding themselves as key players. However, it is Bingsu who managed to destroy the most number of walls. 23, that's a whooping number of walls being destroyed.
Yo, if you're killing blue walls, it's actually key because you're destroying it, giving your teams more alleys to shoot, more lines of sight. It's very important. It's completely underrated stat. Kiba, on the other hand, has used 24 to protect his own team, tried to do what he can. Echo Esports is actually huge for him. And Carlos, of course, he traveled the ends of the earth. 7,374, tried to do what he could. Got a decent number of kills. He was the MVP. He did everything in his power, got the booyah, but unfortunately, they falter. They didn't end up getting into the top 4.
Yeah, close but no cigar right there. But let's take a look at who's going to be advancing into the finals. Here is the confirmation. Joining all of these teams is going to be V Gaming, Vivocade, Attack All Around, and Echo Esports. And Howler, who are the big boys?
Okay, we're going to talk about Loud, Minerals Esports, Evo's Phoenix, Team Flash, Evo's Divine, Vastomundo, Wask, and Farong Esports. All of these teams are killers. Next week is going to be twice, well, probably, I don't want to manage expectations here, but it's going to be even crazier. The competition level is going to be much higher. It's going to be crazy. And plus, we have more teams, so there's going to be more kills all throughout.
Yeah, unfortunately for the rest of the teams, their journey will end here, but fear not, they will be walking away with a respectable amount of prize money from the prize pool. But for the 4 of them, as well as the other hopefuls, they will be looking to crown themselves as the grand champions of the Free Fire World Series 2022.
Yeah, and this is going to be for May 21st. This is going to happen. This is going to be the final lineup. These are the top 12 teams. This is the best teams in the entire world. The World Series Finals is going to happen next week. Those other teams that have, graduated, so to speak, through the play-ins and into the finals, they have a week to just kind of prepare, make sure that they have the strategy in mind. Yes, you survived one hurdle. Can you survive the next?
That's right, and that's going to be happening. All of that action, the anticipation, as well as your predictions. Will it take place? It's going to be happening on the 21st of May, so remember to tune back in.
Yeah, it's going to be right here. It's going to be in Sentosa. We've got the teams already, and they're going to be fired up and good to go. We're going to have, it's going to be, lights, glamour, everything, and I'm super psyched to see what's going to happen next week. But we had an amazing play-in thus far. It was a great tournament today. We saw who's going to rise to the top. It was those top 4 teams, and now it's going to be, how they prepare for next week.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're going to be going back, analyzing those games, getting the scrims in, getting the hours in to get themselves prepared for the grand finals, because the job is only half done. Getting yourself a spot in the grand finals is good, but what's even better is walking away with the title as well as an enormous amount of money. That's $500,000.
Yeah.
$500,000 up for grabs.
All you need is a ticket to get into it, right? Vivo K, we saw this in Liga Brasilia, right? They were the 12th place team in the regular season. They just barely made it to the grand finals. But the thing is that they really stepped it up in the grand finals when they needed to it, and they got it to the 2nd place.
Well, I hope you enjoyed all the games that were played in today's games. Commemorations to the teams that did not make it, but for the 4 teams, we'll be seeing you once again. My name is Aris. Constantly beside me has been Howler. We're going to give a big shout out to Abstract as well as to all the viewers around the world. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. Have fun and good night.
And we're going to have a good night.
Let the heroes arise. There's no stopping you right now. Let the heroes arise. There's only one way. Get it up. Let the heroes arise. It is what it is. I'ma get it. And I'ma push it to the limit. I don't do it for the fame or the credit, but I'm gonna be the rookie of the year when I finish. You don't want it, then I'ma take it and I'm gonna make it. Facing the dangers and ways that will turn into celebration. I am courageous and may just be the greatest alive. I become a sensation when the heroes arrive. We will be heroes. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. Come on. We will be heroes. The last ones to survive. We came to stay until the end of time. Let the heroes. We will be heroes. Come on. The moment has arrived. We fight the biggest battle of our lives. We will be heroes. The last come to one day